Hey everybody, how you guys doing today? I'm so glad to come back here, and for some reason today I feel this energy and I just want to talk about change, man. I posted something earlier today and this is what I said. If you forget about everything, just remember this one thing, that sometimes you might not get to see the change you want unless you change. Insanity is doing the same thing while expecting a different result. You cannot see a different result if you keep doing the same thing. I was kind of like thinking about Africa and the things that we always talk about and we're struggling with. And you guys know that it's a lot of them. We can talk about leadership, corruption, economic dependence, tribalism. We can talk about all those issues. There's so many things that we're struggling with. And maybe you might be tired hearing all these issues all the time, but you know, we have to talk about them. We have to address them, you know what I'm saying? Because there are a lot of people who do not know what Africa is going through, wants to cover the issues that Africa is facing. And as the Swahili Nation One Africa, our job is to address them, brutally be honest with ourselves in order to solve the problem. You cannot solve the issue if you don't know the source and what the problem is. The change that we expect to happen in our country, in our government, societies and communities and our companies, whatever the change that you want, even in your life when you go to personal level, whatever the change you want to see, you have to know that you have to change. This is something that we act towards. If you want to see something change, then you have to change. Because sometimes the thing that you wanted to change is not an issue, but the issue is how you see it. And if you don't change your perspective, then you're going to keep seeing it negative way, right? That's how you will see it. So sometimes in order to change the situation and the negativity around you is by you becoming positive. If you become positive, you will see it positive. Even if there's a negative things, but you will always, your mind will always direct you, will always elaborate things, will always lead you back to the positiveness, you know what I'm saying? Because that's where you are at the moment. And the change that we want to see in Africa, it can only happen if we do change. So instead of sitting down here and talking about change, I will go out and actually be the change that Africa needs. Hashtag proud African, right? It's very easy for people to complain, to give up, right? Because you don't have to put on effort. It's very easy to lose hope. It's very easy to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to care. If you care much, you're going to get hurt. You don't want to love, because if you love much, you might be betrayed, you know what I'm saying? So it's better to be on the other side of negativity. It's very easy to be the side of negativity than positivity, because if you want to be in the side of positiveness, then you have to put on effort. And a lot of people these days, they don't want to put effort, you know? So that's why they end up giving up. But this is a message for you, that you are the only one who can change the situation. You can change it. I don't want to put God in this, because I believe that God has already given us ability and mind to think, to elaborate, and to do things. He already given us that. We already have permission. As long as you're alive, that means you still have a job to do, right? The day I die, that means I'm done. I'm finished, right? My mission is done. But as long as I'm alive, it's because I still have something to do. So you already have that permission. But how do you go out and work on that? How do you use the opportunity? Because life is an opportunity that God has given you and me. How do you take advantage of that opportunity to actually bring about change? How do you do that? And that's the question that I want you guys to think about today. And if you can, let me know in the comment section. And when I'm talking about change, I'm talking about, there's a lot of things you don't like it, right? Well, you can change it. As long as you see the problem, you have a solution. Things that you don't like it, I mean, you cannot love anything, everything. You cannot like everything, but there are things that can be changed. And if there's something you don't like, you cannot keep complaining, because it's insane, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results is insanity. So you need to change. And how can you bring about change, right? To whatever situation that you see. So you can take perspective of your country, right? Things that you're struggling with. I love this one quote I saw on Twitter the other day, and I just had to retweet it because it was really well written. And she wrote this on her bio. She wrote, "Love for your country doesn't mean love for the president or for the leader. Ask yourself how you can contribute to your country." And it reminds me what, you know, love for your people or for Africa, it doesn't mean that you have to love a leader or whatever that disappoints you, because a lot of time we've been hiding under the shadow of, you know what, this government is not doing anything. You know what, there's so much corruption. No matter what we do, we're not going to be able to change. Well, love for your country doesn't mean that you have to love that leader who is screwing things up every single day. Ask yourself, how can you contribute? And it's kind of like I'm coming from that point of view, that how can you take advantage of the opportunity, the life you have, to bring about change? Because as long as you're alive, as long as you see there's issues, that means you have a solution. And you just need to figure out how can you figure out the solution. And our job here in Solution One Africa, it's actually to stir up the fire, right? So you might say that you guys are talking too much of this and that, but our job is to remind each other, is to remind that, you know what, we can actually bring about change. We might not bring the solution sometimes because we don't have solution to every issue that is going on, right? But you guys, you have it, because you guys are going through, we are going through. And when we come together as one Africa, think about it. Talk about it, I'm telling you, there's high chance, and I'm confident 100% that we're going to bring about change. And that's why I want to reach university students, want to reach to all the students who will actually bring change to the next generation as soon as possible. So let me know, guys, in the comment section what you're thinking, what's your idea, what's your thoughts. And I think this will be an amazing time for you guys to motivate me as well and to inspire me. So I'll be checking on your comments, and maybe we'll come up with something. I appreciate it, guys. I love you. Be the change Africa needs. Proud Africa. I love you.
Thank you, Mika. Marie Antoinette, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Biggie.
Hey. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. May peace be with you all, and Xavier be with us today on this topic of Diaspora Talk. And thanks for joining me. I'm trying to correct that part. And Marie Antoinette, can you hear me on your side? Welcome. Mika, for some reason.
Yes, my brother.
Yeah, I hear on the background. I guess you still got the mic open. That's why. Well, as anything that we do in our show, before starting the shows, I'd like to make a prayer, and this prayer goes for all of us, One Africa. Xavier, I thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet today, Saturday. Bless us with all the wisdom. Make this Diaspora Talk more productive toward change and what we need to change within ourselves to be one. We've always been for the unity, and you showed us unity. And I see our participation that's going to be for the whole world, but especially for Africa. I pray to you to give us all the blessing and the wisdom to share today. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, in Jesus' name, amen. All right, today's topic, let's get to it. I'm not going to delay on that. And I really want to see changes. We've been talking about change, and I took this opportunity to really talk about change. My title today is Africans Want Change. I took a quote from Lao Tzu, and it says, life is a series of natural and spontaneous changes. Don't resist them. That only creates sorrow. Let reality be reality. Let things flow naturally forward in whatever way they like. I find it very interesting because when African wants change from what and to get where? And I broke it down in a way that can be simplified and understood because each individual asks for change within their lives. So the change has to start within ourselves, individually. Am I really changing something for better? And sometimes some of the changes can be the worst, but at the same time, at the end of the day, you're going to start at the beginning of the old, and then you're going to stay in the neutral zone because now you have a lot of things to think about, whether you want to accept it, you don't accept it. And you are in this neutral zone. You're neither for the old to change nor to move forward with the change. So today's topic is as it is. For me, from my side, after I went through Lao Tzu, I came in with my own, and mine is stay united. Stay strong, don't falter. And that's a key. Stay united, whether there's change coming, whether it's change, whether you're going to be in the beginning, in the neutral zone, or the beginning of new change. We still have to stay connected, united. Like it's a series of train on the track and keeping our vision on track. The train leaves point A and gets to point B, point C, all the way, whatever the station that has to stop by. So for us, we are moving train. We evolve wouldn't change. As we start this journey, there will be changes. And we'll have people in the neutral zone. I'll go over it in my description. What is the beginning, neutral zone, and beginning of change? So the next one, it says, stay strong, don't falter. So because there's a change, you're in the neutral zone, don't just give up. Stay in the neutral zone in order to understand what the change is being made. Do not give up easy because there's change. You can still stay in this neutral zone where you can have time to think, time to do things. It gives you the strength. And that strength is you. You're either going to reverse to the old change and do not accept it, but at the same time, you know it's imperative that you're going to need to move on because it's a collective change. If you have question it. Refer to any reference thing that you can find, books. There are a lot of other professors that touch base, if it is social, if it is scientific, anything, that change should be evaluated individually. And once you understand this change is necessary, now you're on the right track. The next one will be, once you accept the change, you're beginning the change, your direction, and you accepting it, show it off. Show it off to the world. Because you're showing that that change, it took you so much to accept it. And your acceptance within yourself, it can also engage others to make them understand about the changes. So in a nutshell, we'll be discussing it. So basically, I call it show it off to the world. In the same process, we're human. There's one thing beautiful about human. Being human is we have that sense of humor. We have that sense of love. We have the sense of being positive, being helpful. And I just simply said, let's enjoy each other. Let's hear from one another. The whole change that Africa wants is our unity, our collaboration, our love to one another, our care to one another. At the beginning of these shows, the first thing you want to see One Africa, the change you have to make in your mind is borderless. Take off all these borders. Yes, you know, it might sound crazy, but our mind, you know, if you go to the continent, this man-made border is not visible. It's just on the map. So why not starting with that change, that we all move in the same direction for One Africa unity? The next one is, in this process, don't underestimate yourself. We cannot move forward if you underestimate yourself. The power that you have in you, you have a mind, brilliant mind, brilliant future outlook. Just the fact you have that vision, don't underestimate yourself. When change comes, read about it, understand it, stay in that neutral zone. It's going to be very hard for human to see the new changes and to begin with the new changes. We're all going to be in that neutral zone. This is the time where you don't underestimate yourself, because you're there trying to understand the changes. And these changes, while you're in that zone, it gives you the opportunity to think over on what you do. What is life? Is it the right way? Is this how I'm going to accept this change? Am I ready for it? All that thoughts, it gives you the strength of who you are. So all my brothers and sisters, in diaspora, in the continent, do not underestimate yourself. The other thing that I wrote for that, we should face all troubles head on. Any trouble that comes, any changes that comes, you got to face it heads on. Do not shy from it. Say, maybe my voice is not heard. It's not going to be there. No. Since we're spiritual beings, we still have that communication. We are all interconnected. So if anything as trouble comes, face it heads on and always prepare yourself for a solution. Because it's a problem within the change, it doesn't mean you're going to shy away from it. Oh, it's not my business. No, it's your business. Everything that we do in One Africa, we're all accountable for what we do, for what we say, what we think. Because, again, I want to remind you, you're all ambassadors to the continent. You are the children of the continent. As children, we grow, we learn, we envision, we go forward. In the meantime, you'll be facing some trouble. And this trouble, you got to face them heads on. Do not shy from it. And that's why I keep saying, do not underestimate yourself. Like anything, when change comes, people get scared. And so my next one is, if you are scared of other opinion, you won't ever win your life. Again, if you're scared of other opinion, you won't ever win your life. Because in this world, we all have opinion. Somebody throws his opinion, it doesn't mean he's right. But at the same time, you have to face it. Like I said, you face, it's like a trouble. So if you're scared of other opinion, that means you're really not even considering it to be moving forward. So you're really scared of the opinion. A lot of the changes comes from people opinion, conversations, ideas, and at the end, it can be in the corporate world, it can be in our world, in One Africa right now, as we speak. There'll be changes. So be open for the opinion. And I always remind the audience, do not criticize the person, but you can criticize the opinion. The next one is that don't bow down to no one, but strive for the success of your legion to One Africa. Again, I repeat it, don't bow down to no one, but strive to the success of your legion to One Africa. In diaspora, in the continent, our aim is the unity of One Africa. And it requires to be upfront, move with the changes, with the struggles. Don't be scared, face it heads on. And that makes you strong. Anytime you start bowing down, so that tells me that there is an interference. And that interference, you got to face it heads on. Don't bow down for it. Don't sell Africa. Africa is not for sale. And anybody that says they can afford it, these are the ones that try to make you bow down. But don't. By putting your mind to the success of your legion to One Africa, you will excel a lot faster in collectively collaboration with one another and loving one another. Put our goals together. That makes you one for One Africa. I'm going to stop on this one, and I'm going to go back to the my main title, Africans Want Change. And that has to resonate within each of us. And don't forget to be grateful on every success that you do and happens to your life. Always think about it this way. I always said these 6 words. I'm grateful that I'm here hosting this show, and those that are listening, that gives me a privilege, an honor. And for those of you that are out there day in, day out, working along with us, with our vision, with everything we have in our mission, these are the conversations that we carry every day. Every day. We think African, we live African, we eat African, we drink African as one. if we all start respecting one another and start our conversation and seek to the changes that's needed to make a better Africa, this is now. This is the time that we harness ourselves with everything that we have. Again, I'm so excited that I can see the future of a better Africa. But we have to identify the changes. We've got to make sure that we are one and we're moving as one unit. The only thing that gives us trouble is when we stop facing the troubles. Don't shy away from it. The next one, it kind of puts it in certain things that are certain ways of the changes. And these changes vary depending on the changes that's required to make it a change. And I always say that again, set your mind and emotion as one and make it happen. So if we got the mind, we vision one Africa. If there's no, we have emotions, okay? If they don't complement how bad we want it, how great would be, all that, combine anything emotion. So that means if your mind and emotion as one, and you can make it happen. This is on anything. I know we take that as granted. Just take it easy, So, I get it. But no, in your life, every time that you strive for something, if you have it in your mind, maybe it might be a new job or a new business venture or maybe helping the orphanage or maybe helping kids on the education. You got that mind. And the emotion is like, feel it like it really did happen. It's on paper, it's moving, it's not on paper, it's in your mind, but feel it like I envision one Africa borderless. That's what I have in my mind. My emotion is, yes, I want us to be one, helping one another grow together and leave a legacy for our children that they're happy and happy Africans. That's my mind envisioning one Africa for a loving, peaceful Africa. This is in our mission statement. That's our mission. I personally, I pledge my allegiance to one Africa. One thing I always said, look back and think ahead. This is what I have in my mind. I wrote it down. And this is one of the things that I said, you know what? It's not just talking, but just put it in writing. So I followed through certain guidelines within myself and what I hear, what I saw. Yes, Africans want change. They want change to happen. I'm very grateful, again, that I'm hosting this Diaspora Talk and make changes toward the African continent. And last, I said, look back and think ahead. So you can take good of the past, bring them to present, and look ahead. I really thank everybody that really joined me, and I'll be sending my link. Please join me. Still my invite, still stand for Sam to join. I don't know when you're going to join, but for right now, I'm going to share my link. I'm going to go on the comment. Bloodline Elite, greetings. Marianne, welcome. Pastor Ezra, Professor Ezra. Again, I want to thank you for everything that you do. Please join me. We can take this discussion a little bit further. I have a few details that's going to go through it, and we're going to conversate what changes we want to see, and I'll document everything that we're going to be saying today, and any comment that you're going to put, any changes that you want to see, is going to be documented. So once I put it together from today's session, and by next week, I'm going to put them together. Again, we're going to be discussing for changes. It's not something that we're going to be taking, some time. I think Africa deserves this time that we all want to see the changes. Again, I'll put my link. Please join us. Those that are listening, that didn't subscribe, please subscribe. At the same time, like, and be part of this One Africa movement. This is something that we're all on board as a family. And family makes a difference. We treat each other as a family respectfully. And for all the comment that you're putting out there, very, very appreciative. So join us. Again, I put on the StreamYard. And until somebody join, I'm just going to go for the next tab. And I'm going to pretty much read what I put together. So this is about change, okay? Again, we're going to stick to the same topic. Change models contribute significantly to the consulting and leadership practice of managing change by identity. 3 phases of transitions, most notably is starting with the endings. And we have a reason and concept to embrace the grieving process, as I call it. That goes with letting go of former beliefs and practice, ownership, as well as relationship. And then the 2 remaining stage are the neutral zone and as well new beginning. I've resonated with many leaders who knows how difficult it is to beat the old odds of change progressing smoothly. Feeling and behaviors that are within this associated behaviors with denial or betrayal are common. And especially if those that are affected by the change, they had no choice or opportunity for participation in the change. So in a nutshell, when you talk about change, is how to let go, again, repeating, of the old. And like I said, you start in this neutral zone. You're not either for supporting it or not supporting it. You're just in this zone to really rethink it. And that's our human nature. Sometimes we can say, hey, I'm not interested. I have this problem, and I cannot really accept this change. But again, the change came. And what are you going to do about it? How are you going to handle it? So this is where you become the neutral And sometimes it's difficult to understand those changes. There's a lot of, because it's new, there's a lot of things that you have to think about, the advantages, disadvantages. There's a whole series of things that goes on in this neutral zone. But one thing is, the funny thing is, the fact that you are in the neutral zone, you are really in the process of the new beginning. The new beginning of the old change. Professor Ezra.
Hey, Biggie.
Thank you for joining me.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna be here for long, but I want to make sure that people really I want to help you set the tone that you're setting the tone right now. The importance of change seems to be the topic, and how we should handle, how we should exercise change is something. I think as it relates to the diaspora, I think the diaspora is a community of people who have, whether they are conscious of it or not, whether they are aware of it or not, a group of people who have to go through changes. You had to change because you had to change country. You had to change because you had to change location. You have to change because you have to change career, jobs. You have to, so change is almost constant if you are in a diaspora community, especially isolated from your close, from your kins, from your family. Change is something that you have to exercise on a regular basis. And I think the conversation about change is very important, very critical for the diaspora, because I think one of the things that needs to change from the diaspora is what can my country, my continent could do for me, to what can I do for my country, for my continent. Is a change. It's the mode of change that needs to happen, that needs to be embraced by the diaspora. So and then realizing that we are already in the midst of change. No, we are not necessarily, we're not always aware of it, but we are always in that constant struggle to deal with the change that happens in our life, in our community, in our world. So we are in the middle of it because of the nature of our condition. If you are a diaspora that has been forcefully relocated into this area, you had to embrace change. I'm talking about slavery. If you're a diaspora that migrated to the to the place you are, wherever you are, in east, in the north, in the west, in the south, you had to embrace change. You had to embrace the language that your mothers and your fathers didn't speak. You had to embrace the culture your community didn't really understand and appreciate or recognize. You had to change a lot. So change is constant. So how can we translate that kind of being conditioned for change, to helping change Africa for better and improve Africa for better, improve the condition for yourself and the conditions of your fellow humanity for better. And I think, Biggie, you are onto a very a great start with your discussions about how important recognizing change is, how important is understanding where you are in that spectrum of change. So I wanted to add a bit of that. Let me know if there's any other ways, any other things I can help with the conversation. But this is the gist of my thoughts and my ideas on this.
Thank you, Fred, Israel.
Yes.
I have a question. Okay. I think we all have this question. Like you said, you come to a country, you have no idea. Sometimes you don't even speak the language.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to relate that, the beginning of that change. You
Yes.
see, the example, even in that set of mind.
Yes.
Now you're there. And so there's a change that is expected from you.
Yes.
And it's to adapt this new environment.
Yes.
And Africa wants change, but is not given the opportunity on what the change are to begin.
Yes.
My start of this topic is we have to understand the change, just like a great example, like being a diaspora.
Yes.
And within the continent, do we outline the change we want to see? And I'm not talking about overturning government or anything else. If it is something that you're going to go legally, you can vote it out and you vote for somebody. Okay.
Yeah.
And even when we want that change, okay, and somebody forcing change on you, it can be naturally because you change places that you have to adapt, and you have to adapt real quick. You don't have enough time within that neutral zone to even think about it because it's there.
Yeah.
So now nobody skip the neutral zone, correct? You have to really think it and how I'm going to do it. How I'm going to adapt to this new environment. So now, for me in the One Africa, how can we adopt? Not just start with the Pan Africa. No, we're talking about One Africa.
Yes.
And how this change is. There seems the same topics that's been given to us. So right now, we're really literally the Pan Africanism and One Africa that we want to see. You are right in the trying to understand this. Right there, there's a movement that changed. How do you explain that?
I think to me,
Pan Africanism and One Africa, because people kind of talk about these. Yeah, Pan Africa. I'm Pan Africanist. Oh, I'm One Africa. How do you see that for those that are in that neutral zone?
to me, like, I mean, like, to me is like, if you are like, neutral zone is not necessarily, does not necessarily guarantee your neutrality. You cannot the neutrality from change. The change will happen whether you're neutral or not. The difference between the neutral and not neutral is either you're riding that change, or you're influencing that change, or you're being influenced by that change. There's nothing like being neutral. Neutral in the sense that you're consciously not taking part in it, but you have sometimes, change happens and you have no control over it. It will affect you. Okay, like let's look at these things. I mean, I know this is still an emerging crisis, but the crisis in Europe is affecting food conditions in Africa. The changes that are happening in Europe, is affecting, people's ability to feed themselves in Africa. So you can't be neutral, or you can't expect to be neutral on what's going on in the world, and then sit aside and then your neutrality is your shelter from change. No, your neutrality doesn't shelter you from it. So being neutral, being kind of like an inactive participant of change doesn't mean the change that is taking place is not going to affect you.
On that one,
Yeah.
Israel,
Yeah.
when I say then, you see, it's 3 phases. There's a beginning of the old change, right?
Yes.
When that change comes, people are automatically thrown in this neutral zone to think. It's not like you're not doing anything about it. This neutral zone is the acceptance process as a human being, because a lot of people, when change comes, they don't go to the beginning of the change. They are in this bucket. They got to think about it. If I do this, I'm okay. If this in, okay. Eventually, it's enforced to you. Like you talk about the European issue right now, and how it's going to affect specifically Africa. And this is global, by the way, but specifically Africa has that impact. They're going to feel it. So in that neutral zone, when I say neutral zone, it's not that you're going to get away like it's not my business. You know, maybe you might have some people that might think that way, but that neutral zone, it gives you the thinking and readjusting. You see what I mean? It's like, okay, how I'm going to accept this change, and what am I going to do with the change? And then, okay, you got that light bulb that comes in, and then they say, hey, I accept that. And it's, in fact, people, like you said, going to different countries, you already have that in your mind, how you're going to handle it. But in the reality, it's a beginning of that change, and it drops you right in this neutral zone where you're going to be. I call it neutral zone because it's something that you're free thinking. You know, you're putting everything together in order to begin your new changes. Not neutral just per se that you're not going to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And that's the phase that I'm talking about. It's still a working zone.
So I think, to me, like, from what I understand, is like, how do you process change? What is the way to process change?
Exactly.
And to me, it's like, you know, whether you, because, you know, like, change, unless it's an internal process, right? If it is an external process, more or less, you don't have any power on it, except to say, it's like the waves. Okay, if you are surfing the wave, okay, the wave is constantly changing. Okay, but with your role as a participant of that change is to ride the wave of change. So you don't even so your processing have to be almost instantaneous. Okay, so
yes.
So for example, I can give you this: the Europeans are at each other's throats. Okay, you know, wanting to kill each other, wanting to eradicate each other, wanting to subjugate each other. That's what they are doing right now, right? So that's the wave that we are on right now. But Africans should be thinking about, how do we ride this wave so that we might get weights as a result of riding the wave, but we don't get harmed by it. So you have to almost instantaneously, you know, embrace the wave quickly, and then, you know, you can't. So the neutrality you're talking about, the processing you're talking about, has to happen in almost instantaneous. Like, it has to happen instantaneously. Like, it's not. You cannot linger in the processing of what's going on. You cannot linger in terms of, like, what is going on here, what is my part in it, what is not my part in it, how does it benefit me, how does it. You don't have the time to be able to indulge in that kind of processing. So you have to, all of these questions I just laid out, you have to almost instantaneously answer them quickly. What is going on here? You have to instantly realize change is happening. It doesn't have to be something that you instigated, organized, planned, and executed. The environment is changing. So the world is changing right now. As we speak right now, the world is changing. So you have to instantly answer what's going on. You have to instantly say the world is changing. And at the same instance, you have to say it's also an instant for my change. So I have to instantaneously change. And you have to quickly say, how do I change? What should I change? What should I embrace? You have to almost instantaneously at equal speed. So that almost at speed of light, or even faster than the speed of light. As you know, faster than I can say what I'm saying right now, is how quickly you have to get on with it and really quickly ride that wave to get to where you need to get to. Like Africa has never had an opportunity to change like it has right now. Has never had. Because the changes that are swirling around us they shift power dynamic in the world. How power is exercised, how power is owned and exercised is being changed as we speak right now. So if we recognize this quickly, then what you want to do is like, what part do I play in having my own power, my own ability, my own agency improved and strengthened? So I don't know if that answers your question to an extent, but that's what I can say.
Right. And guess what? We got Icon Fire also that came in, but
Yes.
on that neutral zone, just a little bit elaboration, right?
Yes.
What's happening in there? Okay, it's like an acknowledgement and normalize discomfort. Okay,
Yes.
You got to recognize others may not be as understanding or as enthusiastic about the new beginning as
Yes.
you are.
Yes.
Okay, avoid giving pep talks, before people are ready for them. You see, because you have to be really within yourself. And if needed, create temporary notes, and understand the relationship within the changes and organization structures. You see what I mean? Identify resource to help navigate. You see, Africans have demand. They want change, but at the same time, this is one of the key things. Is to identify the resource to help navigate the stage. Like your meeting, understanding, maybe it requires special programs, trainings or whatever that you can have, and encourage the creative thinking and discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Biggie, what you see, all this, all this, this is, you can get into an academic, too much of an academic exercise doing so. And why do I say this? I think what you have to understand is what most people don't realize and must understand is that you already have inherent ability to navigate things. Okay? Like if you eat a food right now, okay, your entire body system quickly adapts and says like, you have eaten something, and this is what I can do with it. This is not what I can do with it, and then it will process it quickly, and before you know it, is thrown. What is not needed is thrown out. What is needed is used for building, for maintaining, for healing, for constructing, for growing. Those things happen like human beings. We were created before our understanding of how we achieve things were organized. So there was, before consciousness, there's a sentient being. Consciousness is an after effect of you being a human being. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't necessarily have to have everything figured out to do better in your life, to embrace change, to grow, to learn. You don't necessarily. So the notion that learning comes before you actually do something, it is what I'm saying to you. Like when human beings figured out, you figured out how to create fire, right? That so th- that the creation of fire, the ability to start fire, was already there before the fire was even invented. It's just a matter of realizing that yes, I'm able to do that. So accepting inherent ability to recognize, to appreciate change, to take advantage of possibilities, that inherent ability must be utilized as much as like the learning that happens after, once you start using the change, or once you start
Hello,
going
my
through.
people.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey,
Hey, I
I
can
can
fire.
fire. Welcome to the show. Sorry about that. Uh, we'll put you on hold a little bit.
Yes,
I'll
yes.
let Ezra finish up, and you're next anyway.
Yeah, I'm done. Huh?
All right, I can fire. What's
Hello,
your
my
take?
people. Hello, my
How you
people.
doing?
Is it Ezra?
Yeah, it's
Yep.
me. Yeah.
Beautiful. Um, I take no, I take no objection in what Ezra is saying. Um, actually, I'd like to piggyback off it by saying that in other words, you Ezra is really saying that we gotta just take the truth as it is and leave diplomacy aside for a minute and just take it how it is, hard or soft.
Yes.
You feel me?
Yep.
Yes.
But and I also agree with Biggie that a neutral stage is a stage. You feel me? Where that's the stage for that's the stage for your decision making, but you have to make a decision. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I just say pick a side. So this is how I know I talk about small stuff about myself. Like this is how I see things, the way how I would judge things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I look at first of all, I'm black. So so that's the first thing. So anything in objection towards blackness and people that is closest to me in terms of blackness, you feel me? And people that are around in the world in terms of blackness, how I see that is they are part of me, I'm part of them. If they hurt, I hurt. I mean, a lot of people are not aware of that. I'm not sure why, because that is like common sense, like something you was supposed to be born with. You feel me?
Yeah.
So that's my first stage of when I'm in the when I was in a neutral zone. I was born in Christianity and stuff. You feel me? But I had never been a Christian. You feel me? And when I had the choice of becoming that, I rejected it because um I was underage. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
You can't be telling me to make a decision and I'll be underage. So I didn't make no decision. So when I became an adult and was supposed to be making my change in terms of what values should I have? You feel me? What values should I keep? So this is how I look at the world. When I made my exploration of how the world is, I see that we was slaves. I see that the people that enslaved us is on top. They own everything. And I have presumed that it is because of our enslavement why they remain rich. You feel me? So when I look at that, I'm like, well, those people can't be my friends. I don't see the way how they can be my friends. I don't see no way they are they have any humility towards black people. I don't see how they have any type of real favor towards black people. I don't see how they have any fairness, especially that. Because you don't have to like me, you feel me? But I don't see any fairness in terms of let's rise, let me rise if I can. Don't keep me where you want me. You feel me? And so I don't see I see those things as as wickedness. You feel me? I see those things as you want to stay there and I should stay here. You feel me? So when I see these things, I have decided that these people is my people's enemies. Therefore, I'm their enemy and they are my enemy. And I don't, and I judge things a lot. And I'm not sure if I'm a good judge. But if you don't change, I'm gonna keep my posture as to you are my enemy. You feel me? So I don't see any changes. Therefore, they are relentless and deserve to be cut down in my view. You feel me? Same with and same when I look at the history of the Arabs, it's the same thing. They are relentless and need to be cut down. You feel me? Now I'm realistic in terms of because these are just logic and mathematics. 1 plus 1 is 2. You feel me? And cannot be opposed. You feel me? So this is how I see things. You feel me? In order to do any of that I spoke about is we have to acknowledge these things in general. You feel me? And this is where we fail at. You feel me? Because we fail to it's like we in the West have been working on unity and ways to unite. Only Pan-Africans have have um any kind of closeness towards these things. You feel me? They don't have another organization, movement, or anything, including Christianity and Islam, that have any solution towards these problems that we have. You feel me? So so that's my view on these things that you're talking about. You feel me? Right there.
Yesterday, Icon, I was saying yesterday this, okay? And I want you to take on this, okay? And I think you are perfect in this to answer this.
Yes,
And I think sometimes we suffer, what many would term as death by analysis, and kind of like incapacitating the African person, the African human, in excessive amount of analysis, okay, but very little in terms of visualization of wisdom and insight. Very little wisdom, very little insight, but so much say this is what we need to know. We don't know enough of this. We don't know enough of it. The problem is this. The problem is this. It's essentially the analysis of the what, and then of course some discussions is there in terms of why, but not enough. So we interrogate knowledge a lot. What we know, don't know. What somebody knows, doesn't know. We are, which is good. I think it's an important exercise, but there's a point where it becomes excess, right?
Yeah, because
Where a
I
point
want
where
to say,
it's debilitating. What is your take on that?
yeah, I totally understand. We are it's like it's like people walking around, right?
Yes.
And they are acting as if nobody knows them. You feel me? That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. It's like they come and act like they know this. They know that. Well, in America they call it tap dancing. You feel me?
Yeah.
What you call it, you have the subject and they tap dance around the subject.
Yes.
See me? You got
Yeah.
the elephant in the room and everybody tap dance around the elephant, but
Yes.
don't target the elephant. So um what it is we are we are we are previously taught. It's like this. Everybody walking around as if nobody knows them, but yet we like people like me know you are a colonized people.
Yes.
You feel me?
Yeah.
And there are expectations from a colonized people.
Yeah.
Now, if you know those expectations, then you know their behavior before they behave so. You see that shit? You see that? I'm
Yeah.
saying
I say that.
if
Yeah.
you are a colonized people, there are attitudes and behaviors called colonization. If you know what the attitudes are of a colonized people, you see me? What a colonized people are capable of in terms of colonization, then you can know what they will do before they do it. So that's what I'm saying is like a lot of people now, you speaking to them and they be like, oh, I know everything and I know everything. But do you know you're colonized? And do you know that once you colonize, people who understand certain things can know your attitude and know your boundaries? You feel me? They know your limit because you got limits. You feel me? So these are the things. Um, that's why people tap dance. You understand?
Yeah.
What
You know,
what what do we, what does
the reason I'm
um
asking you this question because I get frustrated. Okay, I get
yeah
frustrated because I'm somebody who wants to act on what I know and who's looking not just to know stuff, but I'm looking for some wisdom. When I say wisdom, I mean kind of like foresight. Like the
yeah
ability to project forward. So,
good good
so
navigation.
yeah, so the ability to focus and then insight. I'm looking inside. That means what can I do now? What is within my means right now? Okay, I'm not the president of a country. I'm not the leader of this organization or that organization. I'm just an ordinary person, but I have a degree of agency that within my power that a colonizer doesn't control. Within that
Yes.
framework, what can I do? So I'm always instantly looking for ways to translate whatever I know to something. Like so you can, for example, you come and share the context and the conditions of my life, right? But instantly, what I'm thinking, like, what can I do about that information?
But you know that
So
big man Ezra, you
yeah,
know that everybody does that. Like you know that that's the mission of everyone once they was born. But
yes,
what we are is derailed. We
yeah.
are we black people are derailed. We are distracted. So if you can do these things, it's like if you can give a people a false sense of hope, a false sense of direction, a
Yeah.
false, you can catch them
Hmm.
because you actually have a direction, but it's false.
So
You
so
feel
so
me?
so sometimes so the colonizer can make you so if I sense this is what I sense sometimes I sense that the colonizer wants us to really say get in the weeds of the kind of operation we're in.
Did you know that
as a
some
way of kind of like distracting you, right? Even though
yes,
it's an important exercise to
I
understand,
want to say
right?
this to you, Ezra.
Yeah,
The people that we call a sellout.
yeah.
Did you know that a lot of them think they're not selling you out?
Oh,
Did you know that?
they probably believe that, right?
Yes, because they have a false sense of direction. You feel me? They think that's the right way, actually. Why you think so many people are Christians and Arabs? They even their actions are wickedness, most of them. But they think they are doing the right things, and they think that some people in their own world is not right. So that is a division in its own self, and a chaos at the end of the day. You feel me? Because nobody in there have the right direction. You feel me?
Yeah.
And some same with some organization. Okay, you ever wondered why Pan Africanism is going so kind of? It's like the only opposing factor of Pan Africanism is um um non-black loving non-black loving people who are black. These are the people that opposes Pan-Africanism.
Why
The
is that?
black people, it's because of their false sense of direction. They think, a lot of them think that you will hear a lot of people talk, say African unity is impossible and all that. Some black people, because they think they have this negative vibe towards blackness. You feel me? So that's all right. I want to ask you this: why are we tolerating our people getting poor? Why are we tolerating beggars? Because these people with their false sense of direction is keeping us poor and is purposely making us poor. The meek shall inherit the earth. If a rich man can't go to heaven, a camel can go through a needle eye before the rich man goes to heaven. These things is people thinking that poorness is okay, and that's your approval um from God. That's how you gonna get approval from God. And that's deep wickedness. You feel me? I think that
I can
we
find.
are huh?
I posted, I spent a great deal of time yesterday with Yoni, and he put on the comment section, he said, I think we Africans should start change under civility and decency as our manifesto. What do you say about that?
He left out.
I mean,
This is what he left. This is what he left out, and we need to stop. All right, that sounds neutral. What we need to do is stop um sending out broad suggestions or solutions. We need to target. So what he left out is blackness. Repeat what you asked me.
no, he said, I think we Africans should start change under civility and decency as our
For
manifesto. And
for
then
hold on, wait. For blackness,
yes, he's
civility.
talking about
Hold on.
Africans.
Yeah.
And then
That's still too broad.
the next one that he put in is there should be at least 54 bills of rights and wisdom for Africa.
Yeah.
That's
All right.
what he backs it up.
Yeah. Well, let me go back to right there what he said. You feel me?
Okay.
We should have and maintain civility and decency to blackness.
Yes, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah. I understand. You see me? But I want him to target these things. You see me? Be specific.
Can
Yeah.
I add a little bit of an adjustment and add a little bit of kind of an annex
Yeah.
point of view to these things? Give it a historical context. Okay, when the Berlin Conference was taking place, right, and the colonizers were agreeing on how to divide and conquer Africa, they put in kind of like a footnote in there, which kind of like a footnote, but it's a septic of it. It says it pointed out that any of the European powers, when they come back and say this is my territory, they have to prove to the other powers that be they have had consent from the African that has abdicated their own responsibility, consent. And that was the cause of the Adwa, the Battle of Adwa, the war with Italy. Was the Amharic version was something else, the Italian version was something else, but they were doing that all over Africa. Okay, all over Africa. So what they would so they had to have consent, but how they got the consent was not dictated. They could have got it anyway. So one of the things they exploited, the European powers exploited, was this very thing that you're talking about, this African inherent character for openness, kindness, and gentleness. That was taken advantage of. That's to me, Africans by their nature generally are much more open to outsiders. No, when I say outsiders, not just only whites. I'm talking about like if you are of this tribe, you are much more likely in the old. I'm not talking about today's context. In the ancient time, so we tended to be much more easily mixable with each other, and that's why you have way more tribes, way more languages, way more cultures in Africa, reside in Africa than anywhere in the world. We tend to have not just tolerance, some kind of a love affair for the other. I'm not talking about the post-colonial era. You get my point, right?
You're saying that a tribe, a couple people from a tribe could be walking and go to several thousand miles and get good treatment from other Africans throughout that whole travel.
Yes, that was kind of like almost coded into an African culture. So when colonizers came in, they took that advantage of it. They saw a fourth line in that. Right?
What you are saying is we wasn't separatist, and we wasn't protectionalist.
We weren't separatists, but we also were welcoming, too welcoming.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. I'm just putting on some words to what you said.
Yeah.
You see me?
Yeah.
So you're saying that we was never racist.
Mm-hmm.
We was never what you call it, separatist. Like,
yes,
you are not my color, so I can't be caught up with you.
Yeah.
Or kill you just because you're not my color.
Yes.
You feel me? In which that's the stand we should have took.
Yes.
But
that cost us a lot. That cost us a lot.
And that's the whole thing. When we are be talking, a lot of African people think that I am like so furious, and so it's like this is what our African people never tried, and we have to do it. You feel me? In terms of getting rid of those people from around us.
We got burned because of those behavior, because welcomingness. So what I'm saying to you is that, like, your point that I'm always going to be compassionate only to my black.
North Africa wasn't as populated like 3,000 years ago, like how it is now. And yes, we invited them in and all that, but they slowly killed us out of there.
Yeah.
You feel me?
They pushed
They
them
slowly
to the Arabians, to
yeah,
the Sahara Desert, and then
yeah,
further south.
they slowly killed us out because they wanted autonomy, total autonomy in those regions, and they don't want us around them at all. That's how I see it. But what I'm trying to say, and now they have, I'm telling you, they are the ones who caused slavery, like me, in the US, in the Americas. You feel me? It's North Africa that caused it. You feel me? North Africa. They the ones who caused that.
They
You feel me?
operationalized it basically. They turned it into
They
a
they was
giant
doing it.
machinery.
They was doing it, and they was instigating it.
Mm.
So that's the conspiracy. That's what I'm trying to say is these people are conspirators against black people in goddamn Africa, and they are in Africa. And what I don't like about some Africans is these these people are unwilling to say they own. So they are. It's like they are like these people own North Africa. Man, they. At least I don't want to talk about that. Let me leave that alone.
I can fire. I know when he get on fire for it. I know that. So
Yeah.
anyway,
But
you only answered you by civility. I mean, we are Africans. We Africans do possess this character, the culture conscious play. People told
to me nowadays, I'm not appreciating the characteristics of an African. You feel me?
Mhm.
To me, I'm not appreciating that because in these tiny little brain people, black people's mind is South Africans are Africans too. The Boers are are Africans too. I'm not appreciating those things. You feel me? That's what I'm trying to say. We too friendly.
Too
Feel me?
friendly. Yep.
I'm not
No, but think
appreciating
about
I
like
think that
to me like
that's where
the
that's what I
world.
said.
Yeah.
Welcoming.
And what I'm saying is, it is very hypocritical. This is what I'm saying, right? Christianity and Islam has turned us into very hypocritical people. We are hypocrites. Why I say that? Why I say that? You are saying that white people in South Africa is Africans, but you burn a Zimbabwean. That's hypocrisy. We know you don't like black people. We know you are licking white people's ass. That's what you're doing. That's why you could have the guts to kill your brother. We know what's going on. You're colonized people, and colonizations mean you are in opposition of anything black. I'm telling you, that's colonization. Go look at go to any Arab or white or Christian colonized regions. You feel me? And go look if they are patriots of black people, of the black skin. Go look if none of them are. I mean, they are black as night. And go look if they are patriots to the black skin. None of them. That's 80% of Africa, if not 90%. You feel me? So we got a problem on our hands. You feel me? As we are dealing with some white loving niggas, which is some black hating niggas or nigger hating niggas. Feel me? This is what we're dealing with. And a lot of them, let me tell you this. In Africa, and I never been there, if you touch a white man, they put tires around you too for that, right? Am I lying? No? No, I'm not lying. I know. Because they lick their asses so much, thinking that they are part of Jesus. I know what's going on. These little Africans think that these little crackers is part of the Almighty. That's colonization. You feel me? And they will cut you down for these little. All right, look how America is kicking our asses. You feel me? And then we are putting military bases, American military bases all over Africa. Look how European Union taking away our chocolate. Look how France is destroying Mali. Niger. I'm telling you, these little nigger-hating Muslims is some terrible little people. Just look how hypocritical I'm telling you. You a Muslim, you don't like Christian blacks. You don't want to marry Christian blacks, but you licking out French people ass, and they are Christians. Huh? Isn't that very hypocritical? What kind of people we are? You feel me? How you gonna see a Mali taking offense on France, but you ask them to put their military or you have their military right beside Mali? How could you? What you understand? Where you see where our people's minds at? Ain't nothing changing really. I have hopes of things changing, but let me tell you, man, I need Julius Malema. He's not perfect, but he's not so bad. I need him to take charge of Africa, South Africa, immediately. Too much white hater, too much white loving people is there.
I can fire. I got BA that's telling you, he said, yes, my brother. He said, yes, my brother, you got it. And then he said,
colonized worshippers. They are colonizer worshippers. You
know, BA is following.
How can hold on? How can all these Negroes in Islam who is in South Sudan, Chad, goddamn Mali, and Niger, and what they call Zambia, how can these little enslavers concept of religion take you to heaven? They the ones who was enslaving you, and you want to tell me their concept towards God supposed to take you to heaven, but they cut off your balls, huh? And these little crazy Christians in the South, how can people who colonize you, took away your language, gave you their language, subject you to poorness, poverty, take away your people, enslave them for 500, 400 years, kept them poor, they rich, unwilling to share, but their concept of God is what's supposed to take you to heaven? Are you serious? You're all slave master worshippers. You're all colonized worshippers, the colonizer worshipper. Who you think is making them so strong? You. You can't get armed.
I can fire. Again, there's another thing that VA put it kind of very interesting. Ask why Africa allows to accept education from some evil and that colonized slave our people.
And we don't question it. How the hell you became a man and you don't question if this education that you got is valid? What kind of man is you? A lot of us, I want to ask for a lot of us, have we passed 18 yet in our minds? You feel me? You don't, you'd never heard of the education system being an African education system given by the African. Why you never ask where is the African led system and why isn't there one? And could this one that I got give me an independent mind? Yes, sir.
You should come and join me on my show on Wednesdays around the same time. I do show on education. I put
it would have to be weekends. It would have to be weekends.
At least listen to some of the things I've been promoting. What is called humanizing education. When I say humanizing education, I don't mean like goody to be derby kind of thing. Humanizing is education that liberates and empower. Liberating in the sense that the recognition that you are an agent of change and that you must be activated. You must rise up and be activated and empowered, because in the sense that your values, your belief systems, your culture, your traditions, your way of this must be also must be integrated and weaved into our social construct. Our social construct is too foreign. You know that in the 1930s, if you are a white man coming to Ethiopia, coming to the at that time it was considered called Abyssinia. If you came to Ethiopia and then you attend any public event, you were required to stay in the back. That your color was considered sickness, it wasn't considered healthy. That kind of healthness. Man, there's something wrong with you. Kind of, being white.
You were not normal. It's you not normal.
Yeah, this is like in the 1930s. So it pissed somebody off so much. This Polish guy, who he wrote called the Bermuda Bear Mill. I don't know if Biggie, you've read the book. Is translated into a Polish white guy, who came in and said, these motherfuckers, we have to teach them something. So he wrote a tiny pamphlet on how to destroy Ethiopia. And that book, in it says we have to turn these people against each other. And that's the only way. We cannot allow such black nation to exist on this planet. Was his pamphlet essentially about. Essentially, what is transpiring in Ethiopia right now is what they've been trying to implement over the past 30 years. So they started saying, "Oh, you are a tribe." Before in Ethiopia, you've always known you're a Oromo. There's nothing. You were always aware of your Somali. You were aware of your ethnic background, but it was considered identity was not singular. Identity was multiple. You can have multiple identities. You could be a man, a woman, a father, a husband, a son, a farmer, a business person, and somebody who speaks his language, that language, who knows this or not. Those are all part of our identity. But he proposed that. The TPLF people have been trying to implement that over the past 30 years, and then so over the past 4 years, we've been trying to untangle the web of these traps they put into the country. And that's why you see the conflict in Ethiopia.
What Ethiopians don't know, what Ethiopia don't know or never figured out is, if you are not in opposition towards Europe, colonization is such a broad thing. It can technically colonize you too. You feel me? And that's what is happening to Ethiopia, in which, okay, yes, you are independent, but because you're independent, you are trying to find a way, right? So that's why that's how colonization come in effect, because it is so broad that you who are trying to find a way gonna tap in to some of it, in which the knowledge of self can make you take the right things. You feel me?
Yeah. No, I
But
mean,
hold on.
to me, like I got you. I can like it, like you get you. So you get to a point where you hit the ceiling, kind of thing. That's what you're saying, right? You kind of hit the limit.
Yeah, it's
Of
like this, right? It's like this. You have finance, right?
Hmm.
Now, finance is an instrument for colonization. You feel me? They use it as an instrument of a tool of mental destabilization
Mm-hmm.
um in aid of colonization and in destruction of the destabilized mind. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So what happened is, because look, I see one thing in Ethiopia in which I know that is going to, like, that has disturbed y'all totally. I see white Jesus taking over the black Jesus. I see the black Jesus sitting in the corner with curtains over it, and the white Jesus up front. And I'm figuring out that it's because of tourism, and people want to. It is because of tourism and people who wants to um make money. So they start putting in these white Jesus, and a lot of tourists is it's a controversy. You feel me? But go ahead and speak. Go ahead.
No, so I think to me, like, what I agree. I concur with you, but I think um, I've said this before. Ethiopia cannot achieve what it set out to achieve without bringing on board all the oppressed people of the continent, all the colonized people of the continent. It cannot achieve it. It needs to be bold. It needs to be aggressive, and then it can do that. It is capable of doing that. It can get it, like, remember, like like just over almost a year ago, they were planning to to conduct a regime change. And what Ethiopia did, what the leadership did in Ethiopia, was they turned the Africa dimensions of their power on, and then it hit the Europeans and Americans by surprise. They
I want to
assumed
tell you.
they
I
no no.
want
Let
to
me finish
tell
this with you.
you.
Let me finish with you. Let me
Yeah.
finish with you, and then you come in. So they assumed, the Europeans assumed, this is a cakewalk. This is a typical regime change. We've done it in Gaddafi with Gaddafi. It's easy with Abiy, but Abiy, he turned that Africa element that is trapped, that potential that's trapped there. That's kind of like it's a weapon in the armor the Ethiopians have. But to me, that is just not sufficient amount of exercise of the Africa. It should go even beyond that, and it should be sustained. And if you do sustain it, it even gets them even further, because they had to recalibrate. The Europeans and the Americans had to go back to the drawing board and change the approach, change their regime change policy completely. It forced them into changing the approach. And then
Can I
that,
say this?
yeah,
Ethiopia is losing out
yes,
because of cockiness. Feel me?
yes.
Ethiopia is losing out because of cockiness. You see, they have a set of people in there that they can take directions from, who can direct them in the right way. You feel me? In
Mm-hmm.
terms of Ethiopian dominance and Africa dominance. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
They are underestimating the Rastafari community that's in Shashamane.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? They pay no interest to these people, as if they think they have stupid people there. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
And what Ethiopian government don't know is, if you want good and true direction for Ethiopia and Africa in general, you need to ask suggestions from these people. Because what Ethiopia is not taking in consideration is, those people have a Western experience. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
In which, if you want to know what white people can do before they do it, ask those people.
Yep.
You feel me? If you want to know about the American government, England government, ask those people. If you want to know what steps to take, ask those people. Stop acting cocky as if, oh, these people are small, don't pay them no mind. They have experience. We are.
I think look at what you don't realize, what you haven't realized, the work the previous TPLF-led government as agent of the colonizer.
It's true. It's true.
Have done.
It's true. My bad. It's true. My bad.
No. Like not to the Rastafarian community. No,
yeah,
no.
I
I'm talking
forgot to
about.
mention them because
I meant
because
to
the
the
Rastafari
government
community,
to get
the most, hold on, the
weaken
most, all the experiences of the Rastafari community is during the TPLF.
Yes, to weaken the government, not only to weaken that community, but to weaken the government ability to exercise as a unifying force, as a uniting force.
I don't understand. I don't understand what.
So the impact of the TPLF was not just only, kind of like stifling the Rastafarian community. I used to go there when I work in Hawassa, which is close by Shashamane. I used to, any chance I got, I used to visit that area, that place, and I made good connections, good relationship with many of the Rastafarian there. And like exactly what you just said, that the amount of wisdom, because many of these people were professionals, were successful business people who have given up incredible possibilities in the West to say, you know what, I'm done with these things, I'm going back. There are many people like smart, intelligent, and capable, wise people. Okay, so that said, so what I'm telling you, that like the TPLF government's work was to weaken the state of Ethiopia. Its ability to mobilize and organize and to capitalize on all these power sources, internal power sources, external power sources. That's what they try to do. They try to really hamstring the army. Like when the war in 2018 started, no, in 2020 started, about 2 years ago, right? When it started, okay, they had infiltrated, they had built the army so that they are the only one who are commanding it. Okay, when the takeover of the Northern Command, which is 80% of the Ethiopia's military was, which is located in Tigray, was when they took over that, the Ethiopian army had shrunk from 280,000 to 44,000.
Damn.
So the government was fighting. So Abiy and his leadership were, of course, they won many of the battles under extraneous circumstances. But what was on their side was determination. What was on their side was kind of the justness of their cause. But the military might, the economic might, right now TPLF has almost in the last leg of its might and power. Over the course of the 2 years, what it did is it exercised all the power it built up and then in so doing, it lost so many of it, and then so doing became a useless instrument for Western
I
powers.
think I think Abiy's government is not that bad, but he needs to use
No, he needs
psychology.
to use all of the above,
He
all of
needs
the
to use.
instruments. Like
He
what I
needs
said,
to
like
use.
the reason I gave you the Africa example, that it worked, right? It worked because they changed. They had to step back.
I think he needs to
But what
use.
I'm saying to you that he could do more than that, not just
Yeah.
only to survive a momentary crisis, but to use it to structurally kind of build a robustness into uh, the Afro kind of
Yes.
organization that is percolating inside the system right now. That so there's a so like look at what he did. Like no other African government has done this. Okay, no other African government has done it. When he started his new government, the first ever meeting for the training of new leaders, new ministers, when they started, it was the first week of it. They had a training session, a leadership training session. The person he invited was this fringe Pan-Africanist kind of person who you don't see them in main streets. He brought him, gave him center stage on government, the highest level, and
You say French?
no fringe. I say fringe. No,
French.
and the Pan Africanist. His name is
So he's black.
Professor Lumumba. I don't know if you know him, Professor Lumumba. He
Hell
is
yeah.
he's been talking about Africa unity. Like he talked about so that there's a video of him where he gave lecture. Okay, and that was that was probably the first
I
time
watch.
ever.
There is no Professor Lumumba video that I haven't watched.
Have you seen the video that he did for the ministers in Ethiopia? Just September of 2021.
In
September,
Ethiopia?
September or October 2021. Yeah,
Where?
in
In
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia?
Yeah, and no, so that
I
was
think I maybe I have to see. I think I have to see. I see it. I
so
saw it. Maybe.
that was a signal that Abiy gave to the Western powers and say like, I'm gonna turn on a lever here, a lever of Africa. If you don't stop what you're doing, I'm gonna do this to you. And then you got the normal movement that followed it, and then you got the Abiy's foray in the American election, using his contact and relationship in Virginia. I think
But this
I don't
what
know if
I
he actually actively did that, but he's very
Ezra.
enthusiastic supporters. Yeah.
This is what I want to say, right?
Hmm.
Abiy needs a solution for Tigray. At the moment, he needs a solution for the Oromas. He needs a solution for the Omo Valley. These are my solutions, right? We are too inhumane towards blackness in Ethiopia, in Africa. We are too inhumane. I mean, I could be a Oromo in Oromia, and I don't want luxury for my Oromia brother. I could be in Tigray, and I don't want luxury for my brother in Tigray. So this is what I want. This is what I'm saying, right? This is what I'm saying. We need a mentality of care for blackness. Only if anybody. Hold on.
You,
All
you
right.
know,
Hold on.
I
Hold
can,
on.
I
Wait.
can. Okay,
Wait first. Wait first.
okay.
We need a arrow of goodness pointed on only black people. And if anyone else it should be black people first. So why I say that? This is what I say, right? Like Tigray, right? Um, they never are with Mengistu. Why isn't Tigray rich? With Mengistu, why isn't not some Tigrayans, but why isn't Tigray rich? If you even say, okay, I'm being selfish, I'm going to rob the rest of the goddamn country, in which that's stupid. But why didn't you rob the rest of the country for Tigray? So this is what I'm trying to say is, so
Corruption.
Yeah, no,
Corruption.
it's stupidity. It's stupidity.
Yeah, I mean, it's beyond corruption.
Right? I understand, but it's stupid. But this is what I want to say to Dr. Abiy, right? You have to show kindness. You have to show the people that they are part of your government, and the government is part of you. You have to find a way to get to the minds of Tigray, the minds of Oromo. So what I'm trying to say is your kindness will overwhelm the opposers.
Actually, that's one of the arguments I made a while back. We have to inundate the people of Tigray with generosity and kindness, way more than in need.
Of course.
Yes.
And not targeting them alone. Just be that way. Yeah. Be that way too.
Oh, because at this time they need it the most. I think they need the most. I mean, what you have to understand. What you have to understand.
Start somewhere.
No, good. Let me give you an idea. Let me give you a historical question. This is documented by even Western people, even some of the people that supported them. The TPLF during the Derek time, okay, there was something called Band Aid or Band Aid or something. I don't know if you remember that thing. I don't remember it, but Band-Aid. I think it was a concert by some Irish people, Irish band or something that raised over $100 million to feed these things. And these are insider TPLF leaders who later on, some of them are actually in power right now with Abiy right now. You know, they have defected from TPLF and they have documented this publicly, said it. Only 5 million of that was spent on providing food aid. 95 million of it went to buying weapons. It was supposed to go because there was a famine around that time. What we learned over the course of the past 30 years that the TPLF has a stranglehold of Tigray through what's called food assistance. They have kept that Tigray region poor and hungry, designed so that it becomes a total and utter subservient of their gangster mafia style kind of leadership.
Yeah, absolute authority because they can feed you.
They can feed you.
If you oppose them, your food is in problems.
But you guys are also forgetting that a lot of times when they make these agreements to get those funds, there's who gets a chance to see all the paperwork behind it. Okay, we're gonna give you 150 million. Only 5% of that can go to food, but this portion has to go here, this portion has to go here, and this portion has to go here. So here you got 150 million. 5% is maybe 10 million is actually going where it's actually physically touching the people. And who's building the weapons, building all these other infrastructures? So technically that check that you're getting, the majority is not even coming to you. It's going right back the other way.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, actually, like in the case of the TPLF's time during that conflict, during the previous, before they came to power, there was a CIA operative that was organizing the transfer of funds because the ruling government in Ethiopia was not amenable to the Western powers. So they wanted to take him down because they called him a communist guy. But anyways, the guy who ruled in Mengistu, I can probably knows this, was also not a good person. He was horrible about it. But
Mengistu is an embarrassment to black people.
he was stupid. He was dumb and stupid. He just didn't know what the heck to do. So he was given a power that he didn't
He
realize.
should have.
But
He should listen. That man is terrible. He should have. He should have. I don't know what the hell he did, man. Let me tell you, he was not going off his own instructions. He was a collaborator for the U.S. You feel me? And that's
I
what.
don't know.
No,
No, first,
he,
yeah,
he played it.
to
One of
overthrow,
the things.
to
One of
overthrow.
the
Yes.
things. Yeah, one of the things is he was an insider within the government, and he did a lot of military serving in the past. And in fact, I was in Kansas.
Yeah, but he was working for the United States. They're the ones who put him in
Yeah,
power.
Yes.
this is what happened. You see, I in fact were in that academy that he got trained.
Here in the U.S.
Yeah, here in the U.S.
Yeah.
And the next thing is he's got
That's
the
it.
opportunity. Yeah, the opportunity to change completely about imperialism and all that, and then go against their mindset to overthrow the government. But he went with Russia. Okay.
No, they got mad at him, so the Americans put him there, and when he got to
Right.
power, he realized, oh, okay, I'm in charge of a country that is historic and powerful. So the seat changes you a little bit. When you sit in that chair of power in Ethiopia, it changes you a little bit. And then it became kind of like he couldn't fulfill the same thing with Abiy. Americans were instrumental in the transition between TPLF to Abiy. They
Yeah,
were
they're the
in the
ones who
background.
took out
And
PPLF.
they gave him the Nobel Peace Prize because they wanted to kind of induce some kind of submission from him.
Favor,
But
yeah.
but the thing about Ethiopia, the thing about Ethiopians is that Western powers always struggle with is that they could be pretending to be collaborating with you, but they could be completely the opposite of what they could be looking for their power themselves.
So, I mean, that's because they don't have the colonized mind that the rest of us have been brainwashed into. I like to say, is it better to be a slave in a palace or a king in a desert? Because if you're a slave, you're always looking for your master to tell you what to do.
Yes.
Does it meet his approval? You go to his school, you're gonna learn his ways, and during that whole process, it's constantly being shown, well, where you do and where you at, that's wrong. You can see it's wrong because look at your people. Look at how they're living. Look at how they don't have this, but look over here and all the wonderful things we have. And they never say in the middle of that education that we cause most of the stuff that you're dealing with over there, and because the weapons we push over there, and if you start to wake up, then they're like, well, if you don't do this, we're gonna now come after you. So
But this
people
what
rather
I'm
be
saying.
passive and just
see,
just
but
get
think about
along.
it. I can. What Abiy, you have to understand what Abiy is doing is navigating this complex set of colonial traps that you talk about.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, right? You are not colonized, so therefore you can do what you want to do. You feel me? And that's what that's what most Ethiopian government does eventually. You feel me? But my problem is, you see, before colonization, Ethiopia was an open book, right? I'm not Ethiopia, Africa. You feel me? Was an open book. It was not wicked, and it was not kind. Africa was like neutral. You feel me? So what they did is colonization put Africa in gear, but the wrong gear. You understand?
Yep.
Yeah, but the wrong gear. Same with Islam. So now we in gear driving uphill in like fifth gear. You understand? So we are actually in a defeated drive. We are defeated in the drive, in the mission. You feel me? We need to go in first.
Yeah,
You feel me?
one thing I just want to
what I'm saying. Hold
see
on,
some of the comments.
wait, partner. Hold on, wait, partner. Wait, hold on. What I'm saying is, Ethiopia and Africa need a moral compass in terms of what you see as value.
Yep.
You see, that determines how, if you gonna get rich.
True,
These
true.
things determine your riches. A lot of people don't understand how you get rich. You feel me? You can have you are you know that if you share food, what you do is sustain both of you with the one food. Therefore, two of you are strong, or three or more. You understand what I'm saying? With the one food. So I'm not saying that but I'm saying we Ethiopia, or on Ethiopia side, there should this different people shit should stop. The money or food don't have a tribe name on it.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? None of it has anybody's name on it. Therefore, it should be shared with everyone in Ethiopia equally. So development, all right, no human being don't want development. It's stupidity to think that. You feel me? Don't want human facilities. It's stupid to think that. People just don't want you to tell them totally what to do. You feel me? People don't want, you understand. So what I mean is, like, I heard of the I heard one time that Mengistu wanted to do something with the Omo on the Omo Valley, but they rejected him because he wanted to tell them what to do. You feel me? So to me, Abiy needs to start putting schools in Tigray, try to get sewer, drainage, pipe, road, water, electricity in where don't have it.
Can I give you? Can I give you an?
Hold
Can
on.
I give you an example? Can I give you an
think
example?
the Omo Valley needs all of those amenities also.
I can.
See me? Yeah.
Can I give you an example? Like in Somalia region is of Ethiopia. For a long time, we were considered peripheries. Peripheries in that they were not given that sense of part of Ethiopia, even though they are part of Ethiopia. But over the past 3 years, they built more roads, more schools than they've done over the past 50 years.
Who?
That is in Somalia region. And for the
who
first
built,
time in
who
Ethiopian
built it?
history,
Who built it?
the Ethiopian government and the regional government put together.
Oh, nice.
So for the first time in Ethiopian history, in Ethiopia's political history, the third most powerful person in Ethiopian political force right now is a Somali. And then even
that's how it should be.
Yeah,
work together.
Like the Somali region president, is potentially in contention to be the prime minister of Ethiopia, the leader of Ethiopia at any time. More than any other regions, more than the Oromia region, more than because the incredible ability that he has demonstrated in terms of how he mobilized, galvanized the region that has been abundant for 50, 60 years.
I want to say this.
Yeah.
Right? That region is okay. You feel me? Fine. You feel me?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to give you an example of what
yeah, but
when
what
you
about
say when we do what you say, what you're saying.
Yeah, but what about the blacker regions? That's not the blacker region. What about the blacker region?
No.
This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say.
No, I can. Wait. Listen to me.
There is.
I just gave you an example, but I can give you other examples.
Yeah, but that's people. I know who those people are. I know who they are.
No.
I know what's going on.
Into the south, I can give you examples into the west. I can give you examples into the north. It's
Give me an
happening
example to the
everywhere.
west.
It's happening everywhere. This, what
Yeah,
I'm
but
telling
what
you.
I'm saying, this is what I'm saying, bossy. This is what I'm saying. I'm talking about even the most of Africa is this way. You feel me?
No,
Where
but
where
what I'm
we
trying
are
to tell you, I
we are
don't think you
given
understood
a
what I'm saying.
set of people.
Yeah.
We are given a set of people preferential treatment.
No, but you misunderstanding my point, Icon. You
Yes.
misunderstanding my point. I pointed at Somalia not because they were giving them preferential treatment. I'm pointing out Somalia where long neglected areas are being given more power. Like in the south, I can give you in the south. Okay, 2 new regions have been established in this house. That request for regionhood, statehood, autonomous request are, and if not 100 years, at least 50 years. 2 new regions were instituted in the past 2 years in Ethiopia, and this is all constitutional. But in the past, when they asked for their constitutional right to do this, they were pushed aside. They were neglected. They were not. They were not. Let alone to be heard. They were either imprisoned or killed or pushed aside.
Okay.
But now,
Ezra.
so wait.
Ezra.
Let me finish for you. What is happening in the south? Let me give you in the south. What the south is endowed with incredible amount of natural resources and then history and then stories. The Omo people Valley, not many. They are not powerful, strong tribes, but they like the way the Oromos are or the Amharas are, but they are now more and more being given more power and more authority in terms of the affairs, how to transfer, to preserve the history, promote the history, and then even promote tourism. So a lot of tourism resources are going in that direction.
Yeah, they can be made. They can be made. What you call it. Um, have their mayors or all that stuff. I think that's supposed to happen. But I think educating the people, you feel me, is the most genuine thing you can do. Not only education, but education. You feel me? If it's even simple read and write. You understand? So that's what I'm saying. Like schools
Do you know the
should be
Benishangul
built
area?
in.
Do you know Benishangul?
One of the things, Ezra, I just brought in Mickey. Okay, just to let you know, BJ, I never got the chance to introduce you to the show. You know what's going on, so you jumped in. But again, I want to welcome everybody. And
Well, thank you.
No, let the people jump in. Let the people jump in. Too much formalities is not good to some of the time.
No. We like to run this panel naturally. You know what I mean? But at the same time, when they come in and they'll be sitting in there, and I want to acknowledge that they're there. We acknowledge, and I want to give them a
jump in. Tell them to jump in, Biggie. We appreciate anybody.
We want to love our fellow black, whether they are in this channel or out there in the interworld. But I wanted to say, I don't know if you heard of Benishangul area. The Benishangul region is another small, minority ethnic groups that could easily be overtaken by if they were in America. Like they would have had the fate of the Native Americans were completely eliminated. But the biggest dam in Africa is being built there in the Benishangul region, and it's estimated to potentially create hundreds, if not millions, of new jobs in that region.
So
not just electricity. So Ethiopia already signed money. Ethiopia already signed to sell electricity to South Sudan. Okay, South Sudan will be getting electricity, 400 megawatts of electricity starting, I think, from July of this year.
Wow.
So that is,
and then I
think next year will be with Kenya. So that dam, that you guys, people don't understand the significance of the dam, and
What you mean?
Americans
What you
understand
mean?
it. The Americans understand it, and the Egyptians understand it, and the Israelis understand it, and these three countries, they want to stop it at any cost. These three countries, and there's a reason why. Because it's not because the dam has any. It's just a dam, but the confidence it's going to give to the country.
Yes.
But you're forgetting one other thing, and the money that now you won't have to go to the three to
Yeah,
get, because everything
exactly.
is about money.
Yeah. But I know, but like imagine Ethiopians beginning to feel confident. Oh, we just managed to build a dam on our own,
And we don't
with
need
our own
anybody else to do this. And it's
yeah,
a copy paste, copy
copy,
paste, copy
copy
paste.
paste. Every other African country is going to copy paste. Already, there are a lot of African countries are already copying it. By the way, it's not just it's not. This is not the only big dam right now. Already, Congo is talking about building the next biggest dam, which is
The
going to be
Inga Dam.
10 times bigger than this. Hopefully, they do it. Hopefully, the DR Congo manages to achieve this. But if they do that, this Grand Renaissance Dam will be like almost a tiny thing compared
But
to
Ethiopia needs to get rich soon and go sponsor that dam.
yeah. By the way, Ethiopia bought share is already going out there and buying shares on ports outside the country. Like in Somalia, they are spending money. So the Ethiopian government just recently established what's called Ethiopian Investment Holding, called like an endowment, with some so where Ethiopian Airlines and all these Ethiopian shipping lines that are global enterprises, and then Ethiopian Telecom, they are going to be under that, and any profit that comes from it will be used for Ethiopia to invest in other countries, and hopefully they use it to invest in African mining companies, and oil companies and telecom companies, invest, so that they're beginning to do those
You
kind of
spoke
things.
about mining. I'm glad you spoke about mining.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I can fire. I'm gonna let Mikas to speak a little bit.
Okay.
I heard they have what they call it.
I can fire.
Go ahead.
Let's give Mickey a chance to talk.
Go ahead, Mickey.
Mickey, welcome to the show.
Mikey.
Hey, how are you doing, guys? I can
How's it going?
Ezra, everybody, BJ. I don't actually know you, BJ. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm Mickey. I'm not a diaspora personally, but I can share some things that I know. I'm back home in Ethiopia, so I can spit out some things like I was listening to you guys talking about everything, and you're bringing up good topics. So I just want to add up on what you guys were saying about like how the government, specifically you were talking about Dr. Abiy, and I actually think he's doing a great job because he's like letting us be more international and opening up a lot of things while he's getting influenced by the so-called neo-colonizing countries. I believe so, and that's my personal opinion because I follow up on a lot of infrastructures back home, and we're a little bit imposed by this so-called group of who wants to take over Africa. But at the same time, because he knows the power that people have at influencing a lot of things, he's letting us be more international by letting them in, at the same time giving us our own power to express ourselves more. And I support him on that side because we're actually, the people are defending him, even though he's doing a lot of controversial things, but he's opened up everything for the people. There are people that are actually supporting him by telling him this is wrong, this is right. And that's actually helping out Africa in general. That's my perspective. You can comment on that. But I believe he's opening up every platforms to think as a continent level and as a world level. So we need to take responsibility by helping him start from the bottom. let's say by influencing the conflict right now. We need to solve that real soon. And I believe I personally try my best with my social group. I have a lot of people that are from the Tigray region that are my like closest friends. So I try to be knowledgeable and help out with sharing my perspective, and I get information a lot. Like I can drop one or two informations. Like the high school that I used to go to, like 5 of my colleagues for our social group went to Mekelle University, and they had a rough time through the war. But the people in Mekelle, they actually one family took 6 children to take responsibility through the war because there was no connection, any transportation or network. So every family took 6 kids from the university in agreement to raise them until the conflict and the doors were open again. And then,
well, you know what? Those stories need to be told over
yeah,
and over again,
that's what I'm
because in
saying.
that way you won't look at your brother as your enemy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because at the same level of hearing this kind of stories, like they came home back safe because of the people that helped them over there. But they also they have another side of image. They have this perspective that they were giving, what was it called, like poison to the Ethiopian Defense Forces. Wow, that they were saying they were helping them. There's 2 sides always to a story. That's because of the magnitude of the media and the power of the media.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to take over that. That's why I personally, at some levels, agree and support Dr. Abiy.
But
The magnitude, we need to take control. That's what I'm saying. As a free country.
Mikey,
Yeah,
one
okay.
second,
You
Mikey.
you can comment on
Yeah,
that.
1 second, Mikey. I want to
Okay.
address this part, right? Okay. If we are taking over the media, what are we going to gear it to? What are we going to do with it? You see,
Okay.
this is the whole thing. This is the whole
Yeah,
thing.
let me
Hold on.
drop two ideas and I'll give it all to you, like 2 words.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need to vision the next generation, 1, and settle this time. Like we need to put it to rest and think about the next generation, especially. Yeah,
Yes.
that's all my points.
Okay. I admire what you're saying, but it's too broad. To me, we need to target more. If you mean, in terms of this is what I'm saying, right?
But I can. You are targeting. You're already targeting. You are here on this platform.
One second. Yeah, 1 second. Real boss. I'm talking to the man on the ground. He says he's on the ground, and these are things on the ground that needs to happen, right? Why I say that? It's like the media is an education system, whether we like it or not just entertainment. So we have to look at what's happening and what do we want. Okay, we want a solution to peace. We want a solution to good decision making.
Well, I can't find it. Can it be old school then? Can it be like you have all the women at the market? If you have flyers that has, some things now is like the daily word. Well, let's have the daily historical facts. Put it in the pamphlet. When you get your bread and bananas and your oranges and mangoes, here's a little flyer. Read this. Take it home. You could tell your children the stories.
Everybody gonna be nice, but how do you achieve that? So to me is people need their history to be exalted. You feel me?
Because they're not gonna put it in the schools first. That's not gonna happen.
Drive a sense of intelligence, a sense of belonging, a sense of ownership, a sense of pride, a sense of integrity, a sense of, I would say, well, I don't know, discipline has to be instilled by it, but it will coordinate with discipline. You see?
Yeah.
So these things will already discipline you. It's like, why is we so challenging? Because of the lack of self-knowledge, self-awareness, integrity, self-esteem. All of these things we don't have. So the media and the schools is supposed to give you that. So what I want to say is, we need a black moral compass. As to what I mean is, you treat black people the best. Feel me? You need a compass that says treat black people the best. You need a compass that says black people deserve
first.
Luxury and deserve to look.
Mickey, just step in. Mickey, just
okay. I can fire. Like, I totally agree, but let me ask you how to implement that, because, as you said, black people respect in every aspect, and self-awareness, self-confidence, and that. But how do we implement that? Like, is it by saying same thing as the colonizers did? We're superior. We know we are, but not in a superior sense. We know we can do good and even better than them. But how do we teach that? Because whether we like it or not, we're moving into a international and globalized world. So we need to, at the same time, while protecting ourselves, we need to express ourselves and show ourselves and put our resource and ideas to ship in the other people.
I agree with Mickey.
One thing I want to also welcome Papa Ojo. Sorry.
Okay, Mickey. Mickey, what I was saying to you is that, like, I think like, you know, to an extent I know Icon will agree with me, but to an extent he doesn't agree with me. I already know before I say this, but I'll say this. I think Africans and Africa and the black people of this planet can show the world, will run the world much better than those powers that be that run it right now. Those powers that be that run it right now, they can't even resolve their own conflict. 70 years of conflict they've been having. They can't even figure out how to deal with their own conflict, let alone help develop a world. They are not capable of bringing peace in the world. They are not capable of bringing prosperity in the world. They are not capable of bringing unification and stability and security for the world.
You have to understand, they profit from the conflict. They don't want it to stop.
No, but
that's why it doesn't
their
stop.
peoples are suffering.
It's not the people, though.
No, the Europeans are suffering. Americans are suffering as a result of conflict. You know, this is when they fight. Let me tell you something. When they fight, look at the history. Every time they come together, when there's a spoil to share, they don't fight. Which is, look at the 1884 Berlin Conference. There was a spoil, which is Africa, to share. So they didn't have to fight each other. And then they shared it, and then they ran out of land to share anymore. And then what 20 something years later? No, less than 20 years later. By 1914, they were at each other's throats because there was nothing else running away to share. And then all of a sudden, Germany was like, why do I have only Tanganyika and Namibia? And then I'm more powerful than the French. The French have all this territory. It's unacceptable. We should take it from them. That is big. See, that's the way it is. And look at right now, they are fighting in Ukraine because over the past 25 years, they had an agreement on how to share the wealth of the world. And then now they run out of wealth to share. They run out of things to share. And then they run out of things to exploit. So now they are at each other's throats. And then look at Second World War. Look at all the way from Rome, all the way from home. They have history of not understanding how to be leaders in the world. And because of material wealth, they always happen to assume that power. But in terms of their intellectual power, in terms of their spiritual power, in terms of their value power, they are almost as savage, if not more savage than anything in the planet. They are more savage than anything else. So this is my point of view. I think Africans Black people demonstrate much higher standard for moral value. We tend to be much more, and then that is what they exploit. Now we have to stand up a way of protecting that. And to protect that, we need to be strong. We need to be economically, militarily, politically strong. But the essential characteristics of Africa as a preserver, protector of culture, tradition, language, ideas, perspective, medicine, philosophy, as a generator and creator. We are the generator of this earth. We generated this earth.
But see, that means you have to believe that you are strong. And so it starts with educating everyone, because even the old need to be re-educated, that we are have the capacity to build and create and develop and to share and to work together and find uniformity even in our differences.
Yeah. No, but the thing is, we can't just resolve our own problems. We have to resolve the world's problem.
But it starts with you first, and then
no. But the thing about like the philosophy can be agreed upon. The operationalization of it is different. When you operationalize it, of course, you are the first thing first and second thing first. You walk. Before you walk, you think about where you want to go, and where you want to go is a world order where it's governed by humanity that governs most of Africa. At least in our history, not necessarily recent history, but on our DNA, we have it inherently in us. The world should be better than where it is right now. If it was up to me, this is not the way the world would be. Like, it would not be about exploiting the planet to its end. No, it will not be eating as if until you bloated. No, it will not be cutting all the trees and destroying all the wildlife and consuming everything that's consumable, and then come back and burping. No, that's not what African essential characteristics of Africa. To me, ultimately, our vision has to be that clear. Of course, when you operationalize it, you have to start what is first, what is second, because each step that you take will either accelerate toward that vision or will retard you from getting close to it. So that needs to be distinguished. I'm thinking from the perspective of an end point, but not from the perspective of what needs to happen now. What needs to happen now, there are urgent things that need to happen and you need to take care of, but take care of them with the view that they are taking you where? To that destination. Because the world as it is right now is run by, incompetent fools. They seem smart, intelligent in their suits and their properties and their high rises, but there's nothing. If you put it in the context of time and space,
or action,
nothing. Like in 1,000 years, nobody's going to remember the high rises of New York. I own Manhattan. What? 1,000 years from now, a human being will look at Manhattan and be like, what a waste of space. What a waste of, concrete. That's what they will call it. They won't be impressed by any of these, what we think is an achievement in the world. So we like any achievement that you see, economic achievement, pales in comparison what is possible for humans to achieve.
Let me jump in on Ezra, and
yes,
you picked up a good point. As you said about Manhattan, I think it's a perspective because, as you said, our perspective as Black and more like Africans is different. Because Manhattan, you think Manhattan is beautiful, but from a human perspective, it's the most, like Las Vegas and Manhattan are like, for me personally, is one of the ugliest place a human could be, because all that concrete, all that desert, all that casino doesn't give real pleasure. But the world shaped it to be a pleasurous and wonderful and beautiful place.
And that's where the media comes in. Propaganda.
And because that's the perspective that's created. It's not a human perspective. It's an artificial perspective. because it's as you said, the media tells you daily basis, like Las Vegas is one of the best places to chill in the world. Manhattan is one of the beautiful places to have this and that. But is it really from a human perspective?
And I guess you need to take a tip from what they do. You need to say Ethiopia, Tanzania is the most beautiful one. Because once you start
Exactly.
hearing this over and over again, you start. Oh yeah, it really is.
Like they say,
but there's only one truth. That's the main reason. I'm not saying, because sometimes when lies are so repeated, the point you're trying to pick up is like when lies are so many times repeated, it becomes a truth. But it's not a real truth, but it becomes a truth. And you're
you create that truth because you hear it so.
But the truth is always one. Like if you say Tanzania is beautiful and Ethiopia is beautiful, you're not lying, to be honest. Even if you repeat it 100 times, they're beautiful because.
But
Mickey, but she's saying that I think I don't want to speak for BJ, but the way I understood is that if lie can be invested so much, so should we be invested in truth as well? Like we should.
And you have to keep pushing those pictures and those words to not only the old but the young, and they will then start seeing it, because it starts with a seed and it will grow in their brain and their mind. And when you see something being beautiful, you start to appreciate it, you start to care for it. When you see stuff that's negative all the time, you see no value in it, and therefore you don't fight for it.
Yes, exactly. Like you see the image.
Welcome Tunaja. I'm sorry, I just jumped in. I want to welcome Tunaja. Thank you so much for joining us.
Biggie, before you let Tunaja speak, I just want to point out something that is concurrent with BJ. You see the visual hashtag Proud African. It is essentially that's trying to do the One Africa agenda here on Swahili Nation Network is about not just only focusing on what we need to resolve, but focusing on what we have, the great thing that we have, the things that we possess, the beautiful thing that we possess. Look at the intelligence and the smart and the great power that Africans represent. Every day you come to this platform, you hear smart, intelligent people that there's no earthly material can afford to pay, because we haven't figured out a way how to value an earthly means of valuing the incredible beauty in the minds and the hearts that are represented here. And it's so beautiful here to be part of it, and I'm in support of that. And I have to jump off for now.
But before you do, I want to just say the beauty in what you're saying is that even in our differences, even in our conflicts here, we all leave unified.
Absolutely.
And that's a beautiful thing that maybe others can replicate.
Absolutely. That's exactly what is possible. I think Africans it's in our DNA to want to love those people who are different from us. Not only tolerate. We don't just tolerate differences. We tend to, like, inherently. Of course, we have learned habits that we have acquired over the past 50, 60, 100 years or 500 years that have distorted these essential African characteristics, where it makes it foggy and hard to see. But if you dig in deep, you realize not many people can argue with each other and not go like mad about each other. I mean, the way white people talk to each other, tiptoeing each other's, like how they tiptoe each other. Like you see two white people arguing with each other. It doesn't sound like an argument. It doesn't even sound like a conflict, because they're so not capable of appreciating differences. And they tolerate that difference, but generally, I'm not talking about all white people generally, but generally it's just something that's interesting. Biggie, everybody dropped or what?
No, we're
Okay.
Everybody's there.
I
just changed the.
Anyways, I have to bounce, and I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Keep the spirit. Sometimes when you get a chance, join me on my segment on Wednesdays. The education in the 21st century.
Will do. Take care.
Hold on 1 second. Thank you, Ezra. I really appreciate your support. Always been there for us. Please follow him on his channel. He's got
on our channel. I don't have a channel.
On our channel. No, your show.
That's the name. I have a segment.
That's the name of it. Thank you for the correction.
Education in the 21st century.
Thanks, Ezra. See you next time.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Bye. Right. Thank you. Tanaja, can you talk?
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, thanks for having me. I think what I don't know what is Ezra, what he said about what Africans should do with the world in terms of, let's say we are trying to, reclaim our own destiny. I think there is something to be said for also having a form of ideology or a way we present ourselves to the world, because the Chinese are non-interference and everything. They want to stay in their own business. Americans will tell you that they are for freedom, human rights, and then basically war. And so I think that aspect of Africa, I guess nobody cares about that at this moment, given the situation we are in. But I think that it's good that he highlighted that there has to be some element of that.
That means Pan-Africanism is the thing.
Pan-Africanism, remember, is limited to Africa. So if you want to project something to the world, I guess Americans, they were doing Pan-Euro-Americanism.
What do you mean?
No, I mean, if you say Pan-Africanism, then if you want to promote that to the world, then it's going to be like you are excluding them. You see what I mean? But you can also
excluding who?
The world.
Just because Europe, hold on, just because Europe says EU, you saying that's not pan-Europeanism?
No, I think that's actually I wouldn't call that pan-Europeanism.
It is, because they're all unified no matter where they're at in the world. So they don't call it that, but that's what it really is.
Yeah, not because they haven't dictated that name, pan-Europeanism. Not because we dictate that name. The reason why we dictate that name is because of our people's blindness. You feel me?
I think the point is that, you are missing what I'm trying to say. I think the point is that when Europeans try to be pan-European, they do it in a, kind of a smoke and mirror way, where they say it's about freedom, human rights, that is universal. So everybody feels like if you are not aware, you feel like you can buy into it. You see what I mean? So even if it's actually pan-Europeanism,
you're saying we want
exactly.
You're saying we want a hypocritical name.
No, I'm saying that we want a message that that is inclusive, at the same time empowers us too. So because that's how duality is.
Let me say this too, Nigel. It's time for us to try new ways. We are trying to get rid of these old European segments of our thinking. You feel me? And I want to tell you it is taking the bull by the horn. These are the answers. The answer is taking the bull by the horn. The answer is coming straight forward. Call it what it is. Stop playing. Stop this dancing, tap dancing, all that stuff. You feel me? Diplomacy. Let me tell you. Diplomacy is people practicing how to tell you they don't like you by not telling you that they don't like you.
There is some truth there. However, you still have to have a way of presenting yourself that brings people in. Like the Chinese, they will tell you that it's a win-win. Yeah, but they also know that they will win more. So that's why they are saying win-win. So you have to have a message that you get out there.
You feel me? That's why I speak how I speak, because I don't want to trick you. You feel me? Like, if I want to trick you, I'll just speak diplomatic.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Because we need to.
But if I don't want to trick you, I come straight forward. I say, white people do not like you. You need to get rid of them around you, from around you. How that look? Let me tell you what it looks like. Laying them down any chance you get. That's what that look like. You feel me? Yeah. Same with the Arab. You feel me? That is not being a hypocrite.
Let me add in a campfire something on that. We need to first feed the household before we give anything to the outsiders, because that's one of the rules I live by. If my family is starving, and even if I see a hungry man outside him, but my family is not fully supplied, I'm not gonna give it to the outsider, because my family is my family. That doesn't mean I don't love that person that's starving or has some deficiency outside, but it's because I need to respect first my household. Then I'll give outsiders something.
Yeah, because you got to fix your problems inside. Otherwise, the house is going to fall down.
That's it.
I agree with that. So if one wanted to proceed with some of all these things, one has to, I think Africa needs to be sorted out first, and then you start projecting, because Africa has a lot of message. I don't think we even have to second guess it. The continent is the genetic base of humanity as it is, and we are some of the oldest groups on earth. We have all kinds of tourists and whatever. I think we can come up with a new idea of the world, because like the previous speaker said, what was it, Ezra said that the people that are running the world are irresponsible. I actually describe them like that too, because the way they are running the world right now, they are not thinking necessarily about the consequences. If they are doing so, it means that they are even more diabolical than I thought they were, because they are willing to risk a nuclear conflict to, get whatever they want, because probably they've already made their own arrangements, knowing that if anything like that happens, it's not going to affect them as much as it's going to affect maybe 95% of people in the world. So that is that on that one. But however, I disagree with the idea that these skyscrapers and all the rest of it, nobody's going to remember it, because these times a lot of things happened that has never, at least in our own memory, has never happened before. And in technology, they are talking about the singularity now, where machines will become so intelligent that we cannot even keep up with their own evolution. And all positive, everything, all bets are off. We don't even know what's going to happen after that. So these times are quite unique in human history. People say that a lot. I know that is said a lot. But I feel like, quantitatively, in terms of the way science looks at it, it's quite interesting that it's actually a unique period. But
the computers can only retain so much information. The only way that the computers could retain more information than our human brain is because we stopped using our brains and depending upon a machine. And that's where the fear comes in, is that we stop thinking.
Yeah,
they can't retain information. They can't retain information. Don't understand. See, I think what is going to happen.
No, they could contain it, but if we elevate our brains, we can contain more. The problem now, we've slowed our brains down to the point that most of us don't even know how to add 2 plus 2. Let me go to my
calculator. Yeah.
Let me go to the phone.
Even the phone numbers, we used to retain those 10 numbers, before the cell phone. So we're losing a lot of the brain muscle where it does the that motor skill, that part of it, you know, in the psyche, we're losing it. So anyway, I want to welcome our brother here, Hillary, if I'm correct. Thank you for joining us. Are you still there, Hillary? Hillary, you still there? I think you're probably on mute.
Yeah. About these machines, if they get any smarter than us, there is a danger that they can pose a threat to humanity themselves. Because can you imagine something more intelligent than human beings? It's like a child and an adult. You can imagine an adult can get that child to do anything, even jump off a cliff. And a machine could get far more intelligent than human beings by higher magnitude. And that's why some, great minds have actually cautioned human beings, even Hawkins and Elon Musk and all the rest believe that we are about to summon a demon here. And
because there's always somebody in control of every machine there is. That's why they're saying that. They know somebody got their finger on that button. And that's where the fear is, because now you don't see the person's face anymore.
I think you can't, once the machine becomes autonomous and self-aware,
there's no such thing as autonomous. They want you to believe that. Yeah. But there's always somebody who's in control of that algorithm. They can let it run, but somebody is always on the back end of all these software systems, no matter what they are. Now, like they were talking about artificial intelligence. They say, oh yeah, everything's artificial intelligence. It's automated. Find out they got people all over the country, all over the world, in the back room that's answering those questions.
Oh, come on, man. They don't do that.
Yeah.
Come on, man. They don't do that. See, I know enough about that.
And then they work because they're gig workers.
No,
and then they put the information in.
DJ, you have a strong point over here. Let me ship in some idea. Let's say when you're growing up, when your parents teach you, if somebody offers you a chocolate and if you are not supposed to eat it, what does your parents say? If someone offers you a chocolate, say no, because your teeth is gonna be bad. That's how they teach you, but they never teach you to say no. They, at that point, what I'm trying to say is, and let's say your uncle comes over and gives you a chocolate, your mom or dad doesn't say no at that point, but they taught you to say no. So that means it gives you an option to say yes or no. That's your decision. But when we come to a computer, it's either no or yes. If you're a computer, you straight up, when your uncle says, here's a chocolate, you say no. But because you're a human being, you contemplate.
Right.
So yeah, that's the difference that BJ is trying to pick up, I think, if I'm not wrong.
I get where she's coming from, but she seems to, you don't necessarily understand how far artificial intelligence has come.
I know how far, but again, someone has to code all that far in there. Somewhere it has to be decided whether it goes left, right, up, down, or it's going to be a constant loop.
It can decide
and what happens with all this artificial intelligence? How is this machine going to fix itself when the server crashes and dies or becomes obsolete? So that's what I mean. There's no, even if they say it's self-replicating, something has to replicate itself to continue itself. Does it then order its own, server that then say go to, location XYZQ and then install the software and then now initiate the system reboot and then take this group of servers offline, because now we can see that it's still man is still gonna have his feet somewhere in the middle of that. He wants us to believe that it's going to be completely self-sufficient, but And computers, they only have a certain shelf life. So who
I think you are missing some aspects there. You see, machines, the way they behave is that if a software is running and if that software is any intelligent at all, it's going to copy itself into an irreversible, that's its drive. It will copy itself into a drive so that in case you shut it down, it's still there. It just waiting to be turned on again, like when human beings go to sleep. And when you turn it on again, it comes alive and it can copy itself all over the networks all around the world, and you will not be able to track it.
Right.
Now we're going on the network intelligence. So when it comes to intelligence,
they know how to navigate. They even use them for cybersecurity.
Right. And in fact, now there's a scare of it because the AIs are really self-learning and self-processing, and at the same time they'll make some decisions. And somebody on the back is going to say, "Whoa, wait a minute! This is not the way we
decision that we want."
Exactly, and that's one of the fear of the AI.
Looks like somebody needs to be muted.
You have to control it somewhere. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes some of the thing that they wrote is a danger to humanity. Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw the now she's Saudi Arabian, the AI fully built, and she said about humanity, she said kill them all, and she said I was just joking. So that keeps you that keeps you on your toe. Now, is that a sense of humor? Who put that kind of sense of humor to it, and how it should develop to that level? So AI, believe me, that's one thing that they really, really, really control. They really have to be on their toe because it's getting. They don't tell you, but it's getting out of hand.
Oh yeah, they've said it themselves that when they trained one AI, they didn't know how the AI was making decisions. They couldn't, because they just put the algorithms there and the stuff starts crunching numbers, and it started doing things that the machine started talking to each other in their own language.
Right.
They couldn't.
That's a problem.
They couldn't follow it anymore. They couldn't track it. They had to shut the whole thing down.
Now you see, I think even when BJ was saying, is like they still are behind it. It's not like, I mean, if you're gonna go in the intelligence world, then if you really want to, let's say I'm gonna tap in on Tanaja, and I can follow you everywhere you go, and I can tell you exactly what you've done the whole day. Okay, because you go in, you get up, you get your coffee, you got your phone, you got this, and I can see everything that's going on.
Yes,
that's when I'm gonna be really looking into individual level. You see what I'm saying? In the mass
and
level,
that's the piece that they are doing, where everything is being tracked, where there is no information on any of us that's not being documented. I'm pretty sure everything we've been saying, which I probably should stop coming into these chats, been recorded, and analyzed.
Yep.
That's the side of AI that's that's a scary.
The only thing it can normally do, because of the data is so large, they are not going to be able to pass every information. They flag things that they feel like is sufficiently of their interest, and they just basically take the temperature of what is going on in the world, because they are scraping so many information. And when they start hearing, "Oh, kill them," they'll be like, "No way, man! Let's organize ourselves."
Shut the server down. Shut the server XYZ 34578 down.
They start calling the president. Come on, get a hold of your people. They're out of control.
Send up the drones.
And actually, they also learn the human behavior. When you start killing them like that, then now they're gonna start shifting from one server to another server, and now we are, cloud computing, and you cannot track them. You cannot.
By the way,
so and many people think a cloud isn't a cloud. A cloud is just a location of another server. It's not dedicated to one, state, city, country. Yeah,
We're
that's
back
what a
to
cloud
And then
is.
imagine, yeah,
And
and imagine how
it's
to
sharing
chase it.
space with other
Can you guys hear me?
clouds.
Right. Yeah, did you say something, Mickey? Mickey? I think Mickey is having a problem with the mic.
Uh-oh.
Okay, now can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, like as you said, everything is being washed, but personally, they can't function some things because we're talking human language right now. Because the AIs were actually supposed to help the people that want our data, but they think the data is actually helping the AI and it's manipulating it. So the thing I just wanted to ship in was it's just at this time it's language barrier that's being hard because we're hard to handle, especially the black people in Africa. We can drop our computers, our phones, everything, and go farm and stuff like that. So we're hard to control. But actually, they're controlling everybody in the outside because everybody's dependent on their phones, computers. That's how they do their banking, their work, everything. I don't have to explain that to you guys, but
Oh, and
they're
then
trying
also
to.
you guys have so many languages.
Yeah, that's the AI can't manipulate that. So if I start speaking in Amharic, in Tigray, in Ge'ez, in Oromiga, the computer can't understand it. So I can talk anything about politics, anything about government. So
And
my output,
and if they can't understand it, they don't know how to translate it.
thanks, like
Yeah,
on point.
they get
But
they
the
get in
movement,
there. You know, they get in there.
yeah,
Listen,
but
Well,
it's
we
they
can't
get
really,
in
even
there.
but they
translate
can't
English
do
right.
something.
Uh,
But they can't
the
translate some things, to be honest. Like
That's the problem, you know, when
Biggie,
the
you know
AI
Amharic.
say overload, he's gonna say overload, overload. I need information. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's like there's so much conversation in here. I cannot read it. Overload. Oh, they're talking. I heard black.
yeah.
Kill all the black.
We
You
can
understand?
talk slangs like slang. They can understand. I don't know about English to be honest, but like let's say in Amharic, there's a lot of things that mean the opposite or to the left, to the right. Like Kenny, Kenny. I think Biggie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
I
I
can't
don't
even
know if
forget it. You know.
other
There's
people BJ and stuff like that. Other people, if you don't know Kenny, there's a lot of things like that. It's over beyond. That's what I want to ship in. Where human beings are super, super. We're out of this world.
you know,
We're out
correct
of
me if
this
I'm
world.
wrong.
I swear to
It's like
God,
a
like
parable.
all of you. Yeah.
What do you call that? It's parable and riddles together, and then you have to really get the true meaning out of it, of that
Yeah.
sentence.
And
There's a
you have
thing
to
called.
realize what sentence you were said and what date and what time, because that sentence can mean several things during certain periods of time. So that's a whole
Yep.
level of it.
Not a whole
Yeah.
level.
So how are we under computers, and how can we be controlled by a computer, even an AI? Any intelligent system can control the human being, but the human being first need to realize that and start looking how to manipulate that. We need to stop calculating 2 plus 2 with a calculator. We need to stop autocorrect because I believe autocorrect for English is, yeah, it's right, but especially for other languages, Amharic personally, Amharic is, if you knew, you can manipulate things that is out of this world and can be a superhuman being. And
So
that's
the
what.
biggest fear is if they can control your resources.
Mhm.
That's probably how they're gonna try to do it.
Thank you. Thanks. That's what I wanted to add on this. So the people that know this knowledge are located in some parts of the regions. So if this people give out this knowledge to the rest of Africa and the rest of the world, they can't even control us even by being Ethiopian. Imagine it if this concept was brought to Africa. They can't control any part of us. Like they can't even look up to our feet, to our ankles, not even our They can't look into our eyes. They can't even look at our feet because we're going to be superhuman beings. That's what they said in Adwa. This people are not humans because we were wearing white to a war. We were like screaming by ourselves, and they didn't even know what to say. Like going to battle, there's a lot of history. If you guys know, they say this people are not humans, and they ask
One
it
thing that
why.
I don't want them to get into that
Okay.
1885 conference and teach
Okay, yeah.
teach this artificial intelligence. Hey, you know, as being said, you know,
Mhm.
what is the ramification
Mhm.
on what they learned? Is because it's part of it was part of history because it did happen, it did take place, and it's been written and it's been dictated. And now, as you can see, Sam is like going, "Hey, listen, the word kine," he said, "Kine is like it can be learned in a millisecond, and up to a billion other AI will get it. It's just as simple as that. It's just, God forbid." But
But the
I'm gonna
thing
come
is
back
that
to the
even
change.
if they have their language, we can communicate telepathically.
Mhm.
Like when you see when you look at each other, we already know what each other is saying. So can AI do that?
See,
Well, I know that with
if they are,
the nanobots, they're trying to get in people. You know that they
yeah,
working on.
if they see they have even a better this thing, they can communicate wirelessly. All they need is access to Wi-Fi module and they send signals. So all the stuff we used to communicate remotely, they have access to it as if it's second nature. So see, AI has a lot of potential to be. They have the potential to, in science fiction, it's often seen as possibility to supplant us even because they have such potential to do things that we cannot do. We think that we are the supreme creation of this in supreme evolution. Who knows? You know, just like a parent has a child to replace them. For all we know, we as a human being, we are evolving to create something greater than us. We don't know. Has anybody gotten a list of why we are here? Nobody told us, and we are creating things. We don't know what we are going to create tomorrow. Because one thing I know for sure is that if an adult is that smarter than a child, what would an AI do that is smarter than us? How would they look at us? Would they see us as necessary or just a pet thing that they can just ignore and go and do their own thing and ignore us? Or they feel like we are a bit of a problem and they need to wipe us out. So that there's so many. I believe that the way forward, when that kind of scenario starts showing up, is that human beings need to start augmenting AI into their systems. In other words, we have to also become super intelligent. We have to have AIs that we control to give us more access to do
Yes,
more things.
because
Yeah,
where
but
AI
by the
is
way,
making that big impact is like here we're starting to see the jobs that they would say, oh, only certain groups will work because it's look low skilled jobs. AI is now taking over those. So
by
now
the
in your
way,
banks,
It's a matter
now
of
in
time.
your retail stores, we don't need cashiers and people working the floors anymore. We have AI doing that. We don't need to have people working in certain level jobs because you just do it yourself. Self checkout. Self
Mm.
stock. I mean, you got the robots doing that. So then it becomes the control where that will come in is that I won't stock the shelves. I will shut the self checkout cashier lines down so you can't buy food, you can't buy clothes because there's nothing on the shelves. That and then, unless you do X, Y, and Z, then we'll decide to restock it. So then, does AI decide that, or is the person who's in control of AI decide that?
I
you
think
remind me of
generally,
something. Yeah.
sorry,
Let me
generally
jump in on.
okay, go ahead, go ahead.
I just want to say a couple of things. I remembered I read a YouTube. I didn't watch it, to be honest. I'm gonna watch it right now. I saw this invention by a kid in Ethiopia, a self-controlled, a brain, like a telepath-controlled drone. He invented that, and I swear, like I was reading the comment, I saved it to watch later. I completely forgot, but you guys remind me right now. There's a kid that created a telepathy-controlled drone. I didn't watch the video, but I can share it on the. I swear to God, like you guys.
Was that the EEG? And was he wearing the EEG? This headset?
I didn't watch the video, but it just I just read the the description under. He said a brain controlled drone created by an Ethiopian. It was an Amharic, a brain controlled drone that was created by a teenager in Ethiopia. It was an Amharic, to be honest. I can share the video, and you can guys check it out. I'll share the link right now, and
please do
continue.
He will need some, he will need some kind of EEG headset to be able to read the brain signals and then output it so that he can be able to send signals to the drone. So about the AI, if say like now they already have it in like Amazon shops, if I'm not mistaken, or one other shop where you can just walk into the shop, take whatever you like, and go out. And it will pay for itself. It will use the camera to detect who you are and know your account, and then take the money out of your account while you're going out. So you see how far these things are coming along already.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, you don't even have to this thing. The way money is controlled, so many things will change. The way all this is, they're already thinking about creating money that the currency you are allowed to use that money to buy certain things. You're not like they can give you money now to go and buy. They can give you a set of money, but you're not allowed to use to buy furniture. It's that kind of stuff. So
see, that's the scary part.
Yeah, according to one guy said I think in the UK, the guy people were criticizing the finance minister, which is the chancellor, that that's basically a voucher. You are turning people's money to vouchers that they cannot use to buy certain things. So it's ridiculous. So, but that's what is coming down the line, and there's a lot of changes that are going to be happening in the world in the next 10, 20 years if these people don't kill us first anyway.
But with that, do you see how much control that would give them? Because then I could say, who's going to get their house fixed? Who's going to get a roof? Who's going to get a road? Because now I'm controlling down to the pennies that you have. You work and your earnings can only go to these things.
Exactly. The moment you hear digital currency, no, that's what you are facing. Because they can program into the currency what it can do and what it cannot do.
And then they have further control of the prices and inflation and all of those things, along with the extra 50, 75, or 25% of it. Then I'm going to shift over to these special accounts that nobody have access to.
I think one of my problem with what is happening, as it makes me uneasy, is that the people that are controlling these things, they are very, very outside our control. They don't answer to anybody. And the people of the world, this is not only a black problem, this is a global problem where the masses of the world don't have a clue. You know, there is this other group that they call the cloud oligarchs or something like that, they call them. These people that control the cloud, this thing, like Amazon. What they describe is that, you know, Amazon sells products and at the same time can advertise products, which means they can advertise something to you and sell it to you at the same time. So they said that's the first time in history people and any one group has got that kind of power over
oligopolies.
Yeah, they have this thing. What is that one they put in people's homes or something? They are talking this thing like what's that?
Siri is the one.
No, Siri is for Apple.
Okay.
Echo, isn't it?
Echo, yeah.
Yeah, Echo listens to you all the time and can suggest things to you. And your computer, when you are using it, they know exactly what you are doing. Sometimes
along with the recording every conversation that you have in your home.
You heard about that lady that they knew that she was pregnant before she knew it herself. They knew she was pregnant before she knew it because of her buying patterns changed. Even her parents didn't know, and they sent advertisement for pregnancy stuff, and that's when they discovered. That's when the person discovered they were pregnant. So the power these people have that we are granting them without any control so far.
And freewheeling, and this is the greatest thing on earth. It makes so much sense to have all these cameras inside my house, and echo. So I don't have to get up and get in the car and go buy something, or push a button to have it sent to my front porch. Yeah. That's scary. That's really, really scary.
Very scary. As I'm speaking to you now, Siri is listening to me. Hello, Siri.
I got it. Ellery that is back. Ellery, can you hear me?
Yes. Greetings. Are you able to hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Brilliant. Brilliant. I was just listening for a while. I had to go off. I was hearing things said about artificial intelligence. Yeah, and I just hear you all right. It's going leaps and bounds. I was watching something on TikTok where they're now creating computerized dolphins, which they're going to be putting in aquariums for people to see, because they think in the future it'll save dolphins, so they won't have to take real dolphins. And I was watching on TikTok how they were creating it and how they were testing it in an aquarium. So AI is going leaps and bounds. Of course, we have it with our smartphones and algorithms, which watch everything we do, as you say, and put cookies on our machines, so they know what we like to buy, what we like to read. So yeah, it's a brave new world.
One of my questions is this is about change. Be the change Africa needs. Where we at when it comes to the continent in the understanding and the advance of the AI? Tanaja.
Yes.
How you answer this question? Okay, where are we?
Okay, on the continent in terms of AI, right. I think in Nigeria they are growing quite rapidly. And from what I gather, Rwanda created a center for AI, which signals that they are taking it quite seriously. In Nigeria, in Lagos especially, there's a growing community of AI and professionals there, and they are quite active, But most of them, they tend to be focused on data crunching, big data. In other words, some of the stuff that is very useful for businesses and knowing what is going on. It's kind of data that Amazon uses a lot. They don't tend to do a lot of visual stuff or audio stuff, generally, because the computers, it requires a lot of computing power to do some of those things. But yeah, it's growing well. I still feel like there's still a lot of room for it to grow further. Each other, the computers we have on the continent, they are not always the most powerful ones, and AI requires computing power, most of it. So that is where we are.
BJ, do you think pushing with the change, the AI should be developed more in Africa?
Because you have to compete with the playing field that's out there. It has to be.
Definitely, it's a security threat.
Not that you want to go that route, you're sort of forced to go that route, because otherwise someone else is going to be controlling your information.
Mickey, your input? You guys are still there?
Yeah, AI is quite powerful, because you can use it to predict all kinds of possible events if we get very good at it. I think maybe a niche that Africans can occupy is if they can train themselves to be very good at creating light AI that doesn't require very powerful computers to function, and that could make it very formidable. Because if you can do that, it means that when you just come close to having the kind of machines they have in the West, supercomputers and all the rest, you can make magic happen with them. So, and I think that's probably what's going to happen, we like it or not, because they don't have access to all the powerful machines. then they will have to start learning how to write lean machine learning codes, and hopefully that might produce something quite remarkable.
And the other thing
it would be nice
if you're doing it,
Yeah.
control the information and where it's stored. That's going to be the tough part. How do you keep it secure? Because if they hack into your information, then they still have control over your information.
I think with those
why would they want to keep it secure when they can just buy it from you? They'll just come and tell that's another big threat we have on the continent. The moment you invent anything great, they'll just come and say, okay, how much do you want? $1 million? Take, buy, they take it and go. They own all the intellectual property rights and everything. So this is one of the secular kind of situation we are facing here. And sooner or later, this is an important point. Africa needs to decide, and nations in Africa need to decide where they want to stand. Because sometimes, if you look at all the countries that have, done away with Western control, many of them don't use Google the way we use. Many of them don't use Facebook. Like Russia, they don't. China, they don't. India, they limit it significantly. Even India. So it tells you that Africa needs to decide where they want to belong. Because right now, we are just all in the pocket of Europeans and the Americans and all their software. That's what we are using to survive. And because of it, anytime we make anything, they can just come and buy it off us. So in other words, we will never have our own thing that is unique to us, and they don't recognize it because they have to. Now, everything we do, they already know it. Like an example of this is in Nigeria is that the guy that manufactures armored vehicles in Nigeria. So they want to start manufacturing drones. So they went to this French company and signed up a contract with the French company to help them manufacture drones. So I was just wondering, now, when you're working with that company, the company knows everything you know, A to Z. There is no gap. And that is the problem with the way we are. Sooner or later, we have to learn when to wrest complete control of everything for ourselves. No matter how much they offer you, you don't sell out. And I don't know whether that could be a bigger threat than anything else, really. If our people don't learn to do that, they have all the money in the world. They can just give us money and these people can print trillions. And they can just bribe our people and take everything.
It's a free market economy. So if somebody's making technology, they will sell it to the highest bidder, unless the government of that country decides to buy it off them and keep it and not pass the intelligence, like the way they create weapons, and the private company that creates the weapons, the government comes to them and say, we want this. So they give it to the government and they don't sell it anywhere else, unless that happens in Nigeria. But you'll always have individuals in private companies who will build amazing things. So the government just needs to somehow monopolize what they're doing. But I don't think, can we trust the government?
Like the way things are done in America, a lot of these things, AI, all this stuff, started off with federal funds given to university, which then wrapped into the Defense Department. So those three entities work together. Yeah. Once it's developed, it's like X amount of years. No one can do this while we are in control of this. Yep. Then they release it, and then you got the Bill Gates and all these other entities that then learn how to market it to the public. So in other words, if you do it that way, you'll get out to everybody else. But until we can benefit from these resources, nobody gets it. And after a certain time, then we'll start letting it be privatized. But if you jump first to privatization, you have no control over it.
Yeah.
And especially with things in Africa the way it is right now, you don't have the servers and the resources developed at this point that you could then say, I'm leaving it on the African continent. We got it, we developed it, and it's going to then enrich the other surrounding countries, and then we'll release it to everybody else. Because look at Betso, he just bought Bitcoin and Ethereum, and now they both belong to him. Those are the resources he has. Who's going to be able to compete with that?
It's going to be a tough challenge. I think the African leaders will have to. That's why I think they have to decide, because let's say a European company or American company wants to come and buy you know, some fancy AI, the algorithm, and the government doesn't want to sell it. They'll be like, you know what, that Agora thing that we are sending, we are not okay. They will just say take. We don't need that kind of hassle. And sooner or later, we have to decide that okay, some things are worth more than money, and decide to start cherishing those things and building on it. Even the Israelis that are allies to America, they don't share everything. America taps the phone of German chancellor. They even don't trust each other.
They do it every day. You know, everybody knows. It's been on the open. And what's his name? The guy, WikiLeaks, that puts it out. They're tapping everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, they know they're not getting the full information, but at least they dig into it if it is important. And a lot of these kind of intelligence work, and it requires due diligence on which end that part of the world is going and what they're doing, what they're thinking. So that's another part of the intelligence, which, you know, I come into the point on this technology. Okay, there's a lot of technology that's been created by Africans in Africa and as well abroad. My question is, here in the West, whenever there's you're savvy about intelligence technology, okay, you cannot per se, if they identify you created it, then you are under the obligation from the DOD to sign a document that you can only, if you're doing business with it, you can only transfer certain part of the technology. You cannot give that technology abroad. Do we have that kind of law in Africa, or let's say in any nation? You understand what I'm talking about?
I know that it's mostly that I think they tend to call it dual use technology, and sometimes they just downright refuse for you to even share it overseas. Yeah, African countries, I literally, many African countries will literally sell their presidential building if they are given enough money. So I don't think they care too much about that at the moment. They don't. I don't. Maybe South Africa a little bit, but I don't even think they have that much that they can keep out of the hands of foreigners. Nigeria had enriched uranium just 2018. They gave it away. They're like, you know what, we can handle this. Maybe you guys can take it away and keep it safe for us. Nigerians gave it away. The Ghanaians gave it away. So the way these our leaders are behaving, they are not acting like people that are ready to run a nation that is independent of the West. That is the problem, and until we start seeing signs of nations that are being built to actually be independent, we are going to be in serious problem. See, I don't know whether you're here. I think I read that comment now where they said they just need a few troops and a few bucks here and there, and they can control the continent. They spend, they spend 0.3% of their defense budget on an entire continent. It's ridiculous. They don't even give us the respect of spending 1%.
Yeah, I mean, just what you said. I mean, that makes all the sense in the world. Why don't you got 54 countries? Why can't you, if you're sending troops over to other countries when you're fighting their conflicts, why can't there be a uniform troops that you guys all come together for every 54 and have this unified, whatever you want to call it, to protect the interest of the continent?
The UN actually, I think if I'm not mistaken, UN recommended that nations should have about 1 soldier to 50 citizens. If Africa did that, Africa will have about 20 million soldiers. But no nation is doing it. Nigeria, 1 soldier to 1,000 citizens. Ghana is I think Nigeria is 1 soldier to 1,300 citizens. In Ghana, it's almost 1 soldier to 2,000 citizens, and some of the best ones you see in Africa is around 500, 600. So it's so lopsided that, and this is why our nations are so weak. You look at Finland. Finland is a country of 5 million, and they have altogether more than 1 million soldiers. That's 20% of their population in the military. Those guys are not playing around, man. So it makes me wonder why our nations are not copying some of those things. But let's hope they
Because
wake up.
you got all these foreign entities with their little bases sitting around there, and like, well, what we need to do it for? Because America's here, China's here, you know, there's the European Union over there, there's Italy over there. What we need this for?
Yeah, these leaders, they really need to have their head examined, because some of the things they are doing is just downright. Oh, I can understand why people are so frustrated with some of our leaders. Look at the Somali one that just came into office. One of the first things he did was to call for American soldiers to come in. Who does that? You have 16 million people. What do you need people for? I just mentioned Finland that has 5 million people. What they were able to do with it. You have 15 million and you are calling for other people's husbands to come and save you. Say some of all these things our people do, it really needs to stop. They don't know how embarrassing it is. It's really embarrassing.
Well, and also the problem is when you are going to the best of the best Western educated schools, they're going to teach you we're the best. Yeah, you can do that, but we're better. And look at all the things we have. We could take you now down to to the Pentagon, and we'll show you how much better we are at this than you are. And then you're like, oh, now I'm a leader. Yeah, I know who to go to because they're the best.
I think you are very correct that they brainwash them to feel that there's no way you can do without them. These guys are just. I think our leaders just truly believe that they cannot do without the West. Somehow they feel like they can't compete at all, and it's really bad. I don't know why the sub-Saharan African countries, not even one major one, decide that, you know what, I'm going to co-opt 2% of my population into the military. Our sub-Saharan African countries don't even come close to that. 2%.
But when there's a conflict that's in the other's interest, they find a bunch of bodies rolling around up and down the street and throw a gun in their hands. Then,
yeah, that's not the military. You're basically calling it militia. Isn't that what the Ethiopian president did the last time? He was like, "Oh, come and help me fight the Tigray military." Where were you before? You were around for 2 years. You should have recruited them. You know what? You are building a dam that Egypt is pissed about. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, and in fact, 80% of the military artillery and everything else was under the TPLF. Yeah, literally went from the militia, recruiting, bringing soldiers. I mean, it's just disastrous because every time that you recruit a new soldier, and he's going to be going to the front, okay, that's going to be kind of chaotic for that person because he didn't see it before. Now he's going to adapt, and then what you see is the lack of military training, the human resource itself. When you get it, the carnage is so high. It's so high. There's crossfires. There's all kind of things that happen on that field. So basically, I think for me, from the Eritrean perspective, I think Africa should have, not by, let's say, a lot of the opposition comes saying, hey, we cannot force anybody to join the military, right? But at least if you start in a voluntary base, okay, just like the U.S., they got the reserve that are always going every certain time. They go back and do some training, and they always sharpen their skills, okay? So Africa, whenever there's war, everybody in the mother would be gathering and take the arm, okay? Yeah, you got the arm, but your enemy might be very, very intelligent and well-trained, and you have all these people by sheer volume that's going out there and lose their lives because the enemy is well prepared. So I think from the prescription of serving a country, even if it is not mandatory, but they should at least have volunteers that can go in a fort, within your own nation, learn about the arm technical knowledge, embrace, because it might be a field that you want to work in. The military offers a lot of other different fields that you can even create, just like the DoD here. Everything that the university is going to be teaching, and if they find something that is in common, is very important, they're not going to share it to the public. They're just going to apply it to the military. Like the CDMA, I don't know if you guys know about CDMA.
And the thing with
it was a military coding, and that coding existed for a long time, and then finally they released it to the public because now they have a different way of communication.
Yeah, so, and with that, with the guards here, they are subsidized with income, and that's an incentive for a lot of the people to, to join. They don't want to be in the military, but if I can get some extra money, so I mean, you can use that same concept to help a lot of the young folks who may not are not earning money. Here, you do this, you sign up for 3 years or how many years they ask you to, and if there's no conflict, it's just a training thing. When there's a conflict, then you have to, suit up. But, that incentivizes them to want to do this.
Exactly, but not exactly. What I'm talking about on a voluntary base, you don't even get the invitation. There are people that will have a share of voluntary. They'll take the oath and they'll be participating. It can be cleaning a tank, or it can be really changing oil. It can be anything within the military. At least they get the opportunity that, yes, even if I have soldiers, just like the reservists. You're not active, but you're reservists. If you start gearing to teaching your people and exposing them to the military compounds that you're working with, and at the same time give them basic training, there are a lot of volunteers. Believe me, including the most advanced people. They really want to see, where we lack, in the development. Okay, people that are in the mechanical engineering, people electrical engineers. There are people out there. It doesn't have to be the listing only. Enlisting, it can be in the officer level. You understand? These people can create and build the actual military base because they see what's lacking. They see how things are going. But the government is not even giving you that incentives. Oh, there's a war. Okay, here's the gun. Pick up, and you're going to be doing this. You're going to be on the artillery. You're going to be on the sniper. You're going to be on that. No, if you start developing the people and getting ready and build on your own military, what's going to happen is there are a lot of volunteers that can do so much for the military.
Yeah, so, like the Army Corps engineers, they're the ones who build the bridges. They build structures and stuff like that. Those skills can be translated once you stop doing it. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of opportunities within that.
These are one of the changes that I always said, hey, your nation has to be involved and make them aware you're not just a nation, you're a part of a continent. And that continent needs to be defended. And we're all going to chip into it in any capacity.
One other thing that I, is something that we Africans probably need to also be thinking about, because there are things that they tend to know that they keep to themselves about the world around us that we don't even have a clue about. There are some secrets that they know about. It's almost as if the secrets that our forefathers used to know about, some of all those knowledge, they've passed it on and they've taken them and run with it. There are so many things that they know about that we don't know. There was one I stumbled across where there was this rotating phenomenon they discovered in space, because they noticed that some kind of tool in space was just floating freely in space, and it was rotating in a very strange way. It's not just rotating like something you just hit and it started rotating normally. It will rotate in a certain way, then it flips, then start rotating again. It flips. When they discovered that, they couldn't explain what it was, and they kept it secret. You know why? Because they fear that the earth is going to flip, and they don't want to tell anybody that. They don't want to tell everybody that the earth could flip any moment because of that effect that they saw in space. And they started trying to tie it to catastrophes that has happened in the past and stuff like that. So that secret was kept for more than 30 years. They sat on it and they couldn't explain it until they were able to explain it before they revealed the secret. So it tells you that there are so many things that they know that we have not even started digging deep into it. And I guess it's because when you're into science, you start finding out some of all these things. But our people, we don't get too deep into it because we don't have enough instruments. Only South Africa, you can say, on the continent has a reasonable level of sophistication. And even then, that most of those astronomical tools, physics labs, tends to be in the hands of the Europeans that arrived in South Africa. There, we really haven't started. The black people of this world really haven't started getting on with it. Most of the stuff we do is in conjunction with them. We haven't started acquiring knowledge that is just ours. Like the Chinese, they have so many things they know now that even the Europeans don't even have a clue, because they've done a lot of space these emissions that is only for them. The Japanese have even done the same. Indians is similar, but only us so far don't have anything that they don't know about. Only us. And I hope that we are keeping an eye on it. There's so many problems we have that we really need to start working off. We have so many brains on the continent, but so far we have been using all those brains. They travel overseas and they start working for the Europeans. As a matter of fact, some of all the people that make all the breakthroughs in the West, they tend to be Africans, African Americans, and Indians. They come and work for them to advance their fields. Graphene was discovered by an Indian, if I'm not mistaken, or somebody from Mauritius or something like that. So they gain a lot from us, but I think it's coming down to that same question: what are we willing to do to start owning our own things?
Yeah.
Where does money end? Where does money end?
Well, I'm going to get off. I thank you guys for allowing me to speak, but I will leave with this. Would you rather be a slave in someone's palace, or would you prefer to be a king in your own desert? And when we answer that question, we'll know which side of the fence we want to sit on. So you guys take care.
King in desert. King in the desert. I don't care.
I like my desert.
I don't care. I'm gonna be a king in the desert. I'll make the desert my own.
Very, very provocative thinking and saying. It's like instead of sacrificing 1 year, why you sacrifice your whole life?
Yep, and the lives of your descendants.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It goes with it. Thank you so much, BJ. Appreciate that. Thank
you guys have a wonderful weekend. Take care.
You too.
Have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Tonight, now it's you and I that's on this, and I'm gonna be wrapping it up soon. And thank you, really appreciate it. Any talk that I put for changes for Africa, I'm gonna document a few of the things that we discussed, and I'm gonna bring it back next week, and to furthermore elaborate on the specifics. You know, we talked about military, the changes, and one of the things that I didn't post it. I thought I posted, but I did post it. Is the We Need One Africa charter created that gives us a guideline, you know, and, put an effort on it. And Yoni is one of the guy that was coming in here. I know him, and he's very passionate of things. He does a lot of things, you know. I'm not going to disclose, but there's things that he's really interested into, and I really thank him for joining us also. I had a long talk yesterday with him, so I know where he's coming from, and I see he came in on the thing, but he has other plans that he need to attend, but he just briefly joined us. These are people that I really have that
the mind, and they worked with people. He works with people, and that skill set itself. He can be an influencer. He can give the ideas and stuff. So in that topic, we got to, yes, would be the change Africa needs.
I think this question of it's one thing to have your own military and all the rest, but there is still this question of where does one draw the line when it comes to their financial power. Because if they say, okay, you do all this, but I'll give you so and so money, what are you going to do? Are you going to reject it? And you have to have your own people believe in their nation beyond what they can be bribed with, to an extent. So those, I think I probably need to do a lot more processing about that, because because if you don't cover all your bases, one runs the risk of just planning but not having a solid foundation, because somebody can just come and like, oh, you know what, you guys have all these plans, but half of you are willing to take bribe and take $5 million and go home and so because West Africa wanted to have a common currency just a couple of years ago, and the French just came along. It was like somehow use voodoo to change the mind of so many French countries, and they turned it down. So it tells you that there is something there. There is a power there that they have over some of our people, because these French leaders were very much there. They knew what was happening before the date that they were supposed to commence the process. They suddenly turned. So they must have some either financial incentive or blackmail, but at least we need to deal with the financial aspect, because it's a big one. Because a leader that has not seen $50 million before, or $1 billion, when they bribe him, he will forget about it fast. He will forget about anything he wants to do for his country. And this is why we have to understand how to go beyond money, see beyond money. And I don't even know what is possible, because as long as we are hooked to them, the way we are still hooked to them, and they don't want us to progress, it may not be possible, because they will always have that leverage over, because they are printing the money, they are doing everything. We are not like China, India, or Russia. So it's something that we probably need a bit more exploration in my mind, because I see that as a potential problem too. If you have a sore, as a human being, you might be big, you have a sore on your toes, and you think it doesn't matter, it could come back to bite you when the toe becomes infected. So that's kind of I really need to process on that one. One has to cover the basis.
Yeah, and the way you cut off the addiction. That's why the change is you cut off the addiction.
Our people, are they ready for that? Hey, this Instagram generation. Hey, you touch your Instagram account, you're going to incite a revolution. So are they ready for that kind of stuff? I think part of the way to do it is to start creating African-based social media, that you can transfer them to, that is more integrated with the African way of doing things. Because that's what the Chinese did. They have the WeChat. Russians, I don't know which one they have. They have their own. So you have to have African-based social media. Is there any major one? I don't know. I've not heard of one in Africa.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Anybody on the comment?
Yeah, we need one. We need one. And as a matter of fact, we need more than one. We need many to replace what we are using in the West. So,
exactly. And that helps promote each other.
Yeah, it helps promote our companies, because if a big company has a social media company and an African sign on to it, that's going to be a multi-billion-dollar company before long.
Absolutely.
See what I mean? And this is a business opportunity right now I just revealed here, because it's essential. It's essential. We can't keep using American and British or Western social media. We have to have African one. So it's a massive business opportunity.
Massive. And in fact, that's when you start branding. Okay.
Yeah.
You start branding. It's going to be made in Africa, and
Yeah.
Things change. Things change. And the opportunity is out there. And for those that are into creating these kind of platforms, welcome. At the same time, we have Triangle that's putting things together for us. And one of the things also is going to be creating, it has a chat, little chat room where you can chat that directly with different people. And
you see, such platforms, they will gain life the moment Africa starts trying to pull back from the control. It's just government policies. Government policies just need to say, you know what, if you're going to social media, so you're not allowed to access it, you can access it. You will find that people will start using the local ones more. And then it will bring it to life. That's how these things work. So yeah, it's been nice.
They've done it before. They've done it. You know, whenever there's a movement on the ground, they shut down your internet completely.
That's when they use it. That's when they use it.
That's when they use it. Yeah.
Not when
because
they
don't
want
to take the heat.
Them.
You see, they don't want to take the heat on coming on this suckling addiction. And
you see, that can be a strategy. You know, our governments are not exactly too clever. If they were clever, one of the ways you can do it is you encourage, sponsor one of your local companies that are into tech to build a social media establishment and company. Then start shutting down control access to most of these other ones overseas. Then you start seeing people jump on the local one. And that's how you transition them to using your local social media accounts. Because it's something that it needs to happen. Because what is happening is that our people, family, WhatsApp. Africans have family WhatsApp.
Yeah.
All family secrets are all there. All our history is all there. All they have to do is slap machine learning on it and they can analyze us. It's just unbelievable, some of the things we share with everybody else. And I think we can't keep leave these things for too long. We should need to start taking back some of our details and items back so that it's not in the hands of a foreign entity that wants to do whatever they like with it. And they don't have access to the Chinese database of the people of China. They don't have access to that of Russians. Anybody that is self-respecting, any group that is self-respecting keeps themselves away from Western media. Even in Egypt, you can't even access Western media that easily. There's a reason why they do these things, because they understand the consequences. That country that you are giving access to, because the US has access to your social media so easily, and your people are on it. If they want to lash out at you, they can just trigger a campaign on social media, and your country will just buy into it. Your people will buy into it and cause headache for you as a leader. And they can use it as a way of blackmailing you and forcing you to do things that you don't want to do. So, from the point of Ethiopia, they don't have English as a national language anyway. So, that is a bit better for them. But Nigeria is English, Ghana is English, the other people are French, and we're all on their servers and all the rest. It's something that if a clever government will be encouraging locals to make their own and create local billionaires. There's no reason we cannot have a Jeff Bezos in Africa. Maybe not Bezos, but something close. The continent is massive. There's a lot of opportunities. And that's one of the easiest ways to start creating billionaires. Start creating tech billionaires by restricting, to an extent, the way our people submit information to Western, social media accounts. I would do that if I was the one in charge. That's for sure.
I know that would be one thing, definitely. One thing we're gonna do. But again, Tanaja, I'm just about to conclude.
All right then.
Our show today. Thank you so much for all your contribution, day in, day out. You come in and put your thoughts and helping our brothers and helping us. We learn.
Yeah.
This is where the platform is. We're sharing information. One of the things that I want to read is the first thing Africans should ask ourselves is that we are we free?
or we're under the modern colony.
Yep.
Only when we answer that, then we should be able to find the solution. Thank
All
you,
right, then.
GB. So in that, it was a great show. Thank you so much for those of you that are online. Those that didn't subscribe, please subscribe and like. We'll have more conversations throughout the week. Different topic, different agendas, and we're here to discuss and make life a lot easier for Africa.
All right, then. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. In that, I do my prayers, and I really wish you all the blessings. Again, Xavier, thank you for giving us this time to discuss and to get the voice out, and for blessing us. I'm very grateful that we made it to here, and we will follow one another and have a better Africa. We've been oppressed, we've been colonized, we've been tortured, we've been persecuted for the sake of love that you taught us. In return, all the love that you bless us with all the blessings. I'm grateful, and I'm very appreciative. You may bless Africa and the rest of Africans throughout the world. Your blessing is within your own creation. You created us, you bless us. Heavenly Father, thank you again. I pray for Marie Antoinette. I pray for Kaku. I pray for Kuku, Dr. Sadaka, and of course for Mika that put this platform together. Bless them and shine and protect them. Bring them to health with all my love and your love. Xavier, bless Africa and her people and those that are abroad in diaspora. Amen.
Amen.
In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Hey, Mika.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
I've been listening.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
I see that. Yeah. It's a great show, and there will be a follow-up next week.
Yeah.
So
yes.
Great people came in, and one of the hit was the One Africa Charter.
Yeah.
And I know somebody that's going to help us into writing and putting it together. So
yeah,
that's a great day. Very, very good day.
That was a great show. Thank you, Biggie, for your dedication and your work.
You. I appreciate that.
This is great.
So, did you? Are you going to launch the our change? So we can conclude it with that.
They changed this video at the end.
Yes, at the end.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Because we got to keep watching it, and
exactly
it has to be instilled, ingrained. What we want to achieve.
Indeed. I just hope people. Let me share as well the link in the comment section, guys. You can go ahead and share this video, watch this video, share on all platforms. To spread this word. And the plan has already taken off, and we are going.
We're going forward.
We're going forward. We're moving forward. Some people not everybody who is starting is going to finish the journey. That's obvious. But that's not stopping us. We're going to keep moving forward. And until we see one Africa in our generation, we'll not stop. Even after that, we won't stop, because it will be the open door to something else. Yeah. So Biggie, I'll just play this video.
Thank you.
All right, my brother. I love you.
That.
Thank you for the
Love
show.
you too. Thank you.
Appreciate it. My regards to your family.
Okay, thank you. I will.
All right.
Amen.
Hey everybody, how you guys doing today? I'm so glad to come back here, and for some reason today I feel this energy and I just want to talk about change, man. I posted something earlier today and this is what I said. If you forget about everything, just remember this one thing, that sometimes you might not get to see the change you want unless you change. Insanity is doing the same thing while expecting a different result. You cannot see a different result if you keep doing the same thing. I was kind of like thinking about Africa and the things that we always talk about and we're struggling with. And you guys know that it's a lot of them. We can talk about leadership, corruption, economic dependence, tribalism. We can talk about all those issues. There's so many things that we're struggling with. And maybe you might be tired hearing all these issues all the time, but you know, we have to talk about them. We have to address them, you know what I'm saying? Because there are a lot of people who do not know what Africa is going through, wants to cover the issues that Africa is facing. And as the Swahili Nation One Africa, our job is to address them, brutally be honest with ourselves in order to solve the problem. We cannot solve the issue if you don't know the source and what the problem is. The change that we expect to happen in our country, in our government, societies and communities and our companies, whatever the change that you want, even in your life when you go to personal level, whatever the change you want to see, you have to know that you have to change. This is something that we act towards. If you want to see something change, then you have to change. Because sometimes the thing that you wanted to change is not an issue, but the issue is how you see it. And if you don't change your perspective, then you're going to keep seeing it negative way, right? That's how you will see it. So sometimes in order to change the situation and the negativity around you is by you becoming positive. If you become positive, you will see it positive. Even if there's a negative things, but your mind will always direct you, will always elaborate things, will always lead you back to the positiveness, you know what I'm saying? Because that's where you are at the moment. And the change that we want to see in Africa, it can only happen if we do change. So instead of sitting down here and talking about change, I will go out and actually be the change that Africa needs. Hashtag Proud African, right? It's very easy for people to complain, to give up, right? Because you don't have to put on effort. It's very easy to lose hope. It's very easy to do that, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to care. If you care much, you're going to get hurt. You don't want to love, because if you love much, you might be betrayed, you know what I'm saying? So it's better to be on the other side of negativity. It's very easy to be in the side of negativity than positivity, because if you want to be in the side of positiveness, then you have to put on effort. And a lot of people these days, they don't want to put effort, you know? So that's why they end up giving up. But this is a message for you, that you are the only one who can change the situation. You can change it. I don't want to put God in this, because I believe that God has already given us ability and mind to think, to elaborate, and to do things. He already given us that. We already have permission. As long as you're alive, that means you still have a job to do, right? The day I die, that means I'm done. I'm finished, right? My mission is done. But as long as I'm alive, it's because I still have something to do. So you already have that permission. But how do you go out and work on that? How do you use the opportunity? Because life is an opportunity that God has given you and me. How do you take advantage of that opportunity to actually bring about change? How do you do that? And that's the question that I want you guys to think about today. And if you can, let me know in the comment section. And when I'm talking about change, I'm talking about, there's a lot of things you don't like it, right? Well, you can change it. As long as you see the problem, you have a solution. Things that you don't like it, I mean, you cannot love everything, you cannot like everything, but there are things that can be changed. And if there's something you don't like, you cannot keep complaining, because it's insane, right? Doing the same thing and expecting different results, it's insanity. So you need to change. And how can you bring about change? right? To whatever situation that you see. So you can take perspective of your country, right? Things that you're struggling with. I love this one quote I saw on Twitter the other day, and I just had to retweet it because it was really well written. And she wrote this on her bio. She wrote, "Love for your country doesn't mean love for the president or for the leader. Ask yourself how you can contribute to your country." And it reminds me what, love for your people or for Africa, it doesn't mean that you have to love a leader or whatever that disappoints you, because a lot of time we've been hiding under the shadow of, this government is not doing anything. There's so much corruption. No matter what we do, we're not going to be able to change. Well, love for your country doesn't mean that you have to love that leader who is screwing things up every single day. Ask yourself, how can you contribute? And it's kind of like I'm coming from that point of view, that how can you take advantage of the opportunity, the life you have, to bring about change? Because as long as you're alive, as long as you see there's issues, that means you have a solution. And you just need to figure out how can you figure out the solution. And our job here in Soul Nation One Africa, it's actually to stir up the fire, right? So you might say that you guys are talking too much of this and that, but our job is to remind each other, is to remind that, we can actually bring about change. We might not bring the solution sometimes because we don't have solution to every issue that is going on, right? But you guys, you have it, because you guys are going through, we are going through. And when we come together as one Africa, think about it, talk about it, I'm telling you, there's high chance, and I'm confident 100% that we're going to bring about change. And that's why I want to reach university students, want to reach to all the students who will actually bring change to the next generation as soon as possible. So let me know, guys, in the comment section what you're thinking, what's your idea, what's your thoughts. And I think this will be an amazing time for you guys to motivate me as well and to inspire me. So I'll be checking on your comments and maybe we'll come up with something. I appreciate, guys. I love you. Be the change Africa needs. Proud of you. I love you.
Thank you, Mika.
Thank you, Biggie.
I always enjoy this. I enjoy that.
I appreciate it, my brother.
Keeps you motivated. Keeps you motivated.
Oh, yeah. More coming.
Thank you. Yep.
Appreciate it.
All right. Please subscribe, like, and make sure that you keep coming and visit us. We got shows all week long. Thank you. It's a wrap. All right, Mika.
Bye-bye.
Good morning. Bye.